Yahoo! Hello! How are you guys? Hope everybody's doing well. Bruh? No, you. Alright. Umbro, Anime, Butterbro, Equinox, welcome to the stream. Thank you guys for stopping by. Equinox can't stick around for long. Hey, no worries. You take care of everything that you need to do. That's all good, baby. And yeah, Nanatu Kaoru. The moment you mentioned the name, I knew exactly what the fuck you were talking about. Cause I am a fox of culture. Thank you very much. And Keisha not found. Yahoo! Welcome to the stream. What happened to your Discord? So, I was still like, I say hungover because that's the best word for it, right? I was hungover from my COVID booster shot, and I fell for a Discord account phishing thing, because my brain didn't process it, and it was from a friend who I knew was actually doing game design. And so my Discord account got hacked. One thing led to another. The old server was owned by my old account, so everything got shut down. It's unfortunate. It's unlucky, but it is what it is. So we've got a new Discord account. We've got a new Discord server. We set up everything back up, and hopefully, bad luck Cross doesn't strike again. Cause God knows, I've got some Bennett level bullshit going on. Always have. Always have. Alright, so Bennett brain. And Axlo, Yahoo! Welcome to the stream. How you doing, cutie? And Phoenix, ama. Aiku yawe de kyo nai no. Aiku kyo no. Ama, kyo na. But how's everybody doing? Hope everybody's having a good Sunday. It's Valentine's Day Eve. I don't have any plans for like a real Valentine's stream tomorrow, but hey, we can chill, vibe, and have a Valentine's stream together where we just vibe. It's all good. It's all good. But anyone who's got actual Valentine's plans, fuck you. Have fun. Hopefully I'm back before you marry the boy. Yeah, no, it'll probably take a little bit before we actually get to that point. I'm kind of it's at the end of Act 4. We're just starting Act 4. My brother came for the trip to the US. They brought a lot of snacks, and I didn't like any. Yeah, honestly, though, like, a lot of US snacks are just sugar and nothing interesting. It's just sugar. So, it's pretty eh. Like, I enjoy, like, a candy bar. But I acknowledge that it's just sugar. And the chocolate's bad chocolate. It's like, people have just become conditioned to like it, is all it is. And so, your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd move out of your childhood home and make your own way in the world. 네.
크리스마스 라이트 좀 거둬야 된다고 아빠가 얘기했는데.
아니, 지금 시작하는 시간이어가지고 어떡해.
여태까지 현명아 아빠가 몇 번을 깨우는데 안 일어나고.
아이고, 몸이 좀 안...
몇 번을 깨운 거 같은데.
아이고. And lovely Radiance, happy early Valentines. How are you? I already had plans, and then my parents were like, hey, you need to help with this thing. I'm like, no, I already told you I'm doing this. So, oops. One of those days. Okay, it's getting a little warm, though. I'm gonna turn on the air conditioning. Wow, it's getting warm for, like, February. It's already feeling like spring, like early spring, which is weird. And I'm good. How are you? I'm doing really goody. Just about to enjoy some Our Life. Gonna do a little bit of VA, like amateur VA meme. Just chill out. You lived with Cove, his fish, and the pet that you picked. I can have multiple pets? Yeah. And you co-owned a business with Cove. Hey, that seems cute. And Kozak. Yahoo! No worries, no worries. I just started streaming. You're fine. How are you though, Kozak? I hope you slept well. I know we went to bed a little late last night just watching Ruby. But I hope you slept well. Hope you're doing goody. You co-owned a business with Cove in the STEM field research. Hold up, what? Nani? How about gaming? Why not? We're gamers now. All right. Your family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your moms and Co's father still lived on the same streets as they had for all those years before, and it was comforting that there were some things that remained of the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends, though things weren't exactly the same for them either. I hope sleep was good also. Yeah, I slept well. Very recently, Terry came out as a man, switched the spelling of his name to a Y instead of an I. He also confessed his love for Miranda, which she excitedly reciprocated, and they moved together recently into the city out past Sunset Bird. Aww! Derek was busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. One person that did disappear to the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird for 1 year, he was just gone. That was a loss you felt. He was someone that you considered a friend during those days. And Mondstadt Catherine, yahoo! How you doing today, cutie? Mwah. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. How are ya? How are ya? And then there was what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. He was, of course, still the man you loved and wanted to spend the rest of your life with. You hadn't officially gotten married just yet. With how fast the proposal was, you were content to have a nice, long engagement. So I guess you could have a wedding, like, at the start, but that feels kind of weird. And Just Lilith, yahoo, welcome to the stream. Doing great, just got a girlfriend. Hey, congrats, let's go, baby. How about you? I've been doing good, just chilling, just vibing. Cove and you wore rings to signify your relationship. And the ring that Cove wore looked like... Oh, shit! Honestly, wait, you can change band material? Change colors. Oh! If you do silver... Just a simple band for the both of us. I'm not interested in getting anything complicated, personally. So, he truly thrived in his continued efforts of cultivating and loving supportive relationships with his family and friends. His personality had changed, becoming more open than ever before, and Cove was a warm, inviting, considerate man who took the lessons that he'd learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed the picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense to you based off his interests. Cove decided against pursuing a degree and focused fully up on building a career. He worked with you with your shared business, naturally, teaching surf lessons on the side and still volunteered with Orca when his workload allowed it. And as an adult, Cove was also able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove as he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled to see you how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. On the whole, life continued in its steady beat forwards, and you all went down with it down the paths that you chose, and it was strange and wonderful. But no matter how old you got, or how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird called you back eventually. The car rumbled down the highway, and you had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. Your driver didn't really remark on it, just like anything else in this trip, and you went back to staring at the window, letting the scenery pass by. You did appreciate the spacious backseat of your ride, hadn't known exactly when you'd be coming in, so you had decided to use a ride app rather than ask your moms to pick you up. That turned out to be a bit of a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door, and you smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. Luckily, this hadn't really been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that the travel hadn't turned into a big production, however, that didn't make the occasion mundane. For once, your moms had decided to have a modest celebration dinner for their anniversary. Unlike when you were growing up and they preferred not to make a big deal out of it, this year they were comfortable having a party. And as time went on, you found being the center of attention easier to handle, and you were happy to see it. And with this going on, there was no way that either you or Liz would miss your mom's anniversary. Both of you made plans to come back home for it. You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't exactly shared yours either. It reminded you of when you were kids and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't really keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was kind of the same concept, after all. Something stayed the same, and yet it was entirely different from when you would see your sister every day and knew what sort she was, no sort of what she was doing through osmosis. Today, you had no idea. Things were always changing. You mused on how hard it was, how at times it was hard to believe you didn't live with your parents anymore, and yet you also couldn't really imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. The rest of the drive flew by, and your silent driver provided a smooth ride. No sharp turns, no hard stops, jostled you in your own head. Your thoughts turned from introspective to observant. The landscape passing by became more and more familiar, and you frequently recognized the landmarks that dotted the area. A grin came to your face as you passed the now entering sign for Sunset Burn. Excitement built within you, and you were really here. You were doing this. Your driver turned off on a street, and you realized that their map program was taking you away home that Ma preferred. You usually would have taken the other side street to pass by the beach, though. And in no time at all, the car had gone through the whole of town and pulled in front of your mom's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized that you could hear the familiar sound of waves. The air smelled like salt, and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your mom would be to see you. After that, you'd notify everyone that you made the trip safely. You pulled over from your suitcase in the other seat and yanked at your bag from down near your feet. Tap, tap. You started suddenly at the sound of tapping on glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't entirely sure, because then you soon heard something else. The window on the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you put it together, that despite the driver's silence, you weren't actually alone in the car. The driver must have pressed the button and someone had to be there. You turned your head now to the open window. There he was. Ooh, look at that. Hey, yo! Yo, Cove! Look at his arms. Ooh. There he was, leaning his arms across the window. Your fiancé Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smiles.
Garnet!
Hey, Garnet. What a surprise this is. I didn't expect to see you here in this neighborhood. He was joking, of course. Seeing your expression, he decided to push it further. It's not like I've been waiting for you out here all morning or anything. You screamed excitedly, and he laughed at your reaction. You could see the car driver raise an eyebrow in the rearview mirror, but didn't let it stop you. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed his half of the torso to the opening. That was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp, "Hey!" Cove didn't seem to notice and continued climbing through the window. He pushed one hand down into the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used his other hand to caress your cheek as he leaned in as close as he could. I missed you. This is also really rude. Leaned over and kissed him on the forehead, bent to the side and gently pressed a kiss to his forehead. The arm he was balanced on shook, and he struggled to not come crashing down from his precarious position. Glad to see that Cove didn't outgrow his eyebrows. Look, I get that he's the ocean boy, but the fact that they literally made his eyebrows a piece of kelp is, And Chocolate, yahoo! Mwah. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today, cutie? Welcome, welcome. However, his sappy grin was infectious, and the two of you shared each other's happiness. You shifted back just a little to get a better view of his face. Alright, now get out of the window, you crazy person. But it's so comfortable. His body was shaking from the effort that it took to maintain his precarious position. Cove's smile turned awkwardly as his arm started to bend over, causing his body to slide downwards with it, and he turned his head towards the driver. Sorry, I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Cove shifted around some more and squirmed back the way he came. And after he successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, you opened your car door. You threaded your arms through the various straps of your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. Cove stood in front of you. Dude, it's fucking lats. Oh, dude's been hitting it. It struck that the two of you were back in Sunset Burn, reunited once again on the street. I'm just cooking lunch right now, having a pretty chill day. Hey, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Uh, Jumped into his arms. But you put down your luggage first, of course. You dropped your bags on the paved road, got a bounding start to leap into Cove. He caught you, unsurprised by your actions, and when you were situated, he leaned back on the balls of his heels and fully lifted you off the ground. His goofy grin let you know just how much he was enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. With how small you were, it was easy enough for him to swing you around, and you enjoyed him steadily holding you up. And with one last swing, he let you back down. You were really ecstatic to be around him again, and absolutely thrilled that it was here in this town where you were together. Even if it had only been a short time you'd seen him off, you'd still miss Cove greatly. It somehow felt a lot longer. And given your different schedules and travel availabilities, it worked better for Cove to head to Sunset Bird first. You'd only really arrived in the evening before, however, and secured the hotel room. And until now, you've never had to deal with the inconvenience of being in a tourist-heavy area. It was a fight to get a place to stay close by during the heat of the summer vacation season. Living without him at your place was strange. Cove was basically a part of you at this point, and you were just glad to feel whole again. Oh, you idly shifted your luggage, then struck you that you were the short one. You were short one. You got out in such a hurry and left it behind, and you reached back to the car to pull it out. Cove stood aside as you made a mad dash for the door, and you shouldered the small bag and felt relief that you would be able to brush your teeth tonight. The game lost me at short one? Yeah, my character's short in this game. I chose my height, alright? Got everything this time? You stood up straight, everything truly gathered up and out the car, and you gave the backseat one last glance and then nodded. Cove shut the car door after you moved out of the way, and the two of you stepped off the street to give the driver some room. Cove waved. Sorry again! The driver said nothing and just drove off. And with the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood that you'd known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down the street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid, following your big sister out to the playground, becoming a teen and staying out later, and growing into an adult who left their parents' house to be independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin. Summer skin on your sun, Jesus. And Ayato, mwah, Yahoo, welcome to the stream. How you doing, cutie? Hope you've been well. How are ya? You saw the same surroundings that you as a young adult did when from leaving home. And it was hard to quantify the amount of history you had here. And now you're back. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you never lost awareness of Cove's presence. And from the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a very familiar sight as well. So many of your memories included him. And your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live there. And you couldn't help but feel the nostalgia. Been busy working the past 2 weeks. I'm doing well. Hey, I'm glad to hear that you're doing all right, though, Ayato. Mwah. I hope work hasn't been too stressful. Hope everything's been all right. You still remembered his face, his voice, the scar on his arm from the days long gone. It's still there, just really thin now. It's pretty much non-visible. He had changed so much since you had first met him. Yet even with those changes, he was always recognizable. He was familiar like the sky was, and the way you knew the sea. Every day they might appear different, but they're still an inextricable part of life. It was the world, with the help from Mr. Holden and his ill-thought $20 bill, that brought you together to begin with, but the two of you had chosen each other. You had never let your interactions fade, and you had decided to nurture your relationship into what it was. And you would continue to keep Cove close in all the rest of your adult years. He was the love of your life, your wonderful fiancé, and the day that you would be officially married couldn't come soon enough. He was the one you wanted to keep spending year after year with, as you'd done for years before this. And it would be impossible to imagine life without him. Cove noticed you staring at him for a while and smiled with his eyebrows rising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question if there was something you wanted to say. You shook your head and returned a soft expression. You'd let yourself get carried away in a tide of memories, but now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to go see my mom's? Cove nodded and then pointed at all your luggage bundled around your legs. Can I help with any of that? Yeah, thank you. You gratefully passed him a bag, and it was a lot easier to balance everything with that out of the way. He used both hands to take hold of the one piece of luggage and stood tall, pleased to be able to provide his assistance. The bag situation resolved, the two of you strolled over to the last residence store. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize you no longer carried a key to the house. Your eyes did scan the entryway, a little lost, only to spy the doorbell. The thought of having to ring it felt super weird. and you press the inconveniently pressed button on the side of the wall. You remember that no matter how much this place would always be home to you, it wasn't where you lived. Being back here was like putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. It remained the same, but the circumstances had changed. Cove shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown about after you being stuck out here, keyless. You heard some muffled voices and shuffling around from inside, and your heartbeat sped up from anticipation. The door swung open, and there was your mom's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you standing there. Oh, well, well, well. Oh, Mom. Mom's smile is still a little creepy. I think part of it is her neck is really wide and her head's really small, and her smile is proportioned to the size of the neck, not the size of the face. I think that's why it's so weird to me. Also, this camera angle makes it look like we're looking in from outside looking at Mom. Mom twisted her head back and gave a shout down the hall. Why so serious, son? Lonnie, guess who's here? There was more distant noises, no doubt Ma getting up from wherever she was come to see. Her high-spirited words rang out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Mom snickered, still holding the door only half open for you to hide a little longer. Cove flushed as it was suddenly realizing that he was going to be present for your mom's enthusiastic welcoming of you, and you smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. Ma finally reached the door and peered over Mom's shoulder. It is. Hello, Garnet. Oh, Mom aged well, too. She gave you a once-over, patting the tops of your shoulders and moving down the sides of your arms before she nodded in satisfaction that you were in one piece.
How sweet.
This is a wonderful surprise. Ma inclined her head to Cove next, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyways. I've doubled the surprise today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You snorted at your mom's greetings. They never really changed. Cove bashfully waved at them, and he hadn't relaxed fully, and Bocash, thanks for the head pats, cutie. How are you? Welcome, welcome. But he had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand out there. Come on in. 5-hour queue for Lost Ark today. Jesus. Is it that bad in Europe? Well, I say Europe, but I actually don't know what region you are. I've only heard people complain about the European regions. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh gosh. I've never noticed a queue problem for me playing US. At least on the unofficial German server. Oh gosh. Wait, what about German is unofficial server? Huh? Oh, let me guess. Like German players are like, yeah, you know what? We're claiming this server. I assume that's what it is. Because when you have all the people of like specific nations cramming specific servers, yeah, I can see that being a problem. And there are no official servers, so the divides are per language. Understandable, understandable. And Artem, kiddo? Alright, Artem. I guess you are my little fox champ. Come. I hope you're having a good day though, Artem. And just Lilith, why the KO? I assume you were just testing what a redeem does and out of curiosity. Your mom moved aside to hold the door open for you, gesturing you to enter. You stepped into the living room, and it was comfortable and cool. Cove was a half step behind you. Of course, I didn't look that up before starting, so I rolled my fairest character on the Spanish server. Hey, yo. Cove was a half step behind you, his eyes on a new painting your moms must have added since the last time you were here. Things were mostly the same, but there were some more decorations since you had seen the house last. Mom might have gotten the urge for some interior designing again. Oh yeah, this looks very different, the living room. It looks more adult, rather than a place where kids could still hang out too. It struck you how odd it was to be the guest, only observing their choices for the living space here, rather than being a full-time occupant. Ma came up to the front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad you're here.
That's fine.
You know your mom and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible, so that's okay. What matters is that you've arrived safely. Mom appeared at her side with a nod. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciate that your parents still respected you as an adult, even if mom still called you kiddo. You figured long ago that you'd just kind of always been her kiddo, no matter how grown you became. It was kind of the whole parent-child deal with her. You hugged your moms, of course. You took another step forward and pulled mom and ma into a great big hug, squeezing them tight. Their arms wrapped around you in return, and you could feel their love for you in their embrace. I missed you both. We missed you too, Garnet. It's always nice when I'm able to come by. Your mom's giggled, pleased. I hope you've been doing well. Is everything set up for the anniversary dinner?
No problem.
We're here to help if there's something we can do. Oh, we've been plenty fine. Just been a little quiet, but that's not a bad thing. Mom placed her arm around Ma's shoulder and gave her a side hug.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, don't worry about the party. We're just planning to eat at the Cypress. Nothing fancy, which is kind of a funny thing to say about a pretty fancy country club. The biggest issue has just been making sure that everyone could make it for the day. And speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We're planning on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as Garnet. Mom snickered at her own joke, and Ma lightly elbowed her with a Bailey hidden grin.
Shush.
Shush. As I was saying, we could drop you off whenever you're staying if you don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there was not enough space for you in the house. It's gotten crowded in those old rooms since you and Liz moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. I'm sure you don't, Pamela. Oh, it's okay. Cove already has a hotel room that I'm going to be staying in with him anyway. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. It was stylish and roomy. Seemed really nice. It was a room with a single king bed. He'd claimed that the bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about that. Though mostly you were looking forward to having him next to you as you slept once again. And your mom smiled relieved. Kyra's already here, isn't she? She directed her question at Cove, and he bobbed his head a bit to go along with the reply. Yeah, I heard that she made it. She's gonna be staying with Dad while she's in town.
Oh?
Oh? Have you gone over and said hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously, and this time he shook his head. You raised an eyebrow since you figured he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Oh, not yet. I should go do that now. I just wanted Garnet to be there too. You caught your eyes with an adoring smile. Mom laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet but ridiculous.
Oh, nice.
It's nice knowing your priorities. Yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted on his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid.
So?
Garnet, do you want to go over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until late evening. You heard, Ma. Let's go see your parents. Cove perked back up, excited once more. We'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying that all around. You set your bags in the living room, tucked in a corner where they wouldn't be in the way, and Cove helped. Your moms waved the two of you over as you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks. See you soon. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove, and with that, you were on your way to see Cove's family next. This trip put a bit of a special little pep in Cove's steps as you crossed the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high doing this, and you kind of felt like a teen again. You had known Cove's parents for a long time now, and when it came to what you called his dad, you'd been kind of waiting for the right time to call him dad. You kind of felt that was kind of about now. Your cheeks warmed, and it had been on your mind for a while since you got engaged to his son, and you knew that in your heart, this might be the perfect time. And for his mom, called him Mom 3? No, she's Mom 2. You've been giving it a ton of thought recently, and the smile on your face wavered. No, Mommy. We call Kyra Mommy. New headcanon. Alright? It's Mom, Ma, and Mommy. Sorry, Mommy. Silently, you kind of hope she'd be okay with that. If not, it really wouldn't change how much you considered her another mom in your heart. Cove hopped up to the front door and didn't really bother knocking, just twisted the knob and swung it open. With a grin, Cove gave you a gratified thumbs up, and you shook your head in disapproval. But you both knew that you hypocritically supported his behavior. Your dad's lucky we're not criminals. He brushed your comments aside and went right to his old home. Cliff was there, standing in his kitchen, babysitting a pan on the stove. Dude, why the fuck does Cliff look younger in every iteration? Cliff is Benjamin fucking Button. What is this? His head turned at the sound of footsteps, and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. If it was anyone else, you would have thought that he was lighting up with a childlike joy over seeing his dad again. Yeah, he's stealing people's energy to retain his youth. Cliff just chilling in the retirement home already? Exactly. But since you knew that what Cove was actually like as a kid, you were aware that this level of happiness with Cliff was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. Dad! Cove! Cliff gracefully pushed whatever he was cooking into a different burner and flipped off the heat, rushed over to you both, and Cove flew forward and met him halfway in a hug. Cove squished his eyes shut, and his dad held in a tight hug. Cliff soothingly rubbed his son's back. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, it seemed. I missed you. Look, if I'd be a daddy's boy if it was Cliff, alright? That's normal, alright? Don't shame him. I missed you too. And it was sweet. And teasing aside, it was just wonderful seeing them at this place in the relationship after years of struggling to connect. And when the hug broke, Cliff hooked an arm around his son's neck and let out a deep laugh. I still can't believe you outgrew me. I really thought that I had that on him after he graduated from high school, but then he had to keep going. Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. Sorry, Dad. Cove's cheeks turned pink and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew that he had more than he wanted to say. And Cove softly added, But I was raised really well. His dad's expression instantly crumbled with emotion, and he sniffled. Cove put an arm around him and hugged him into a side hug. You observed their little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of sentimentality. Cliff eventually turned his attention to you, though. Hey, Garnet. So great to see you. He pulled away from Cove and approached you with a little wave, and he was back to his cheery self. Hi, Dad. You went to him with your arms extended, and he immediately pulled you into a big hug. He smelled like spices from the kitchen and the sunscreen he used to slather on Cove as a kid. Sighing happily, you momentarily felt at home, but you noticed his whole body was rigid. He noticed what you'd called him. Then a loud gasp escaped from Cliff, and you stared out at Cove for his reaction, and he grinned sweetly with misted eyes. Dad? Yeah, Dad, if that's okay. Daddy preferable. Cliff placed his hands on your shoulders. The sudden weight of them jolted you away from your thoughts.
I'm so glad.
That's absolutely okay. It's more than okay. Overwhelmed with emotion, his voice squeaked at first, but he barely noticed. He was just beaming with joy. I would love to be your dad. Finally, calling you family is no longer a joke. Cliff's head flew back with another laughter fest at that. The blush on Cove's cheek seemed pinker, but the way his mouth curved into a bent smile also made your heart leap. You'll have to find a new comedy routine. Yeah, but I'd rather have this than be funny. Same here, sport. Thanks, Dad. Grinning, Cliff reached out and shook Cove's forearm. Cove didn't move, but he did watch him completely baffled. Hear that, bud? I'm Dad now. Cove snorted, unable to stop himself from teasing his father just a little. You were already a dad. True, but now I get to instill my dad wisdom in more than just your noggin. Giddy, you couldn't be happier with your decision. You knew that the two men in front of you were part of your important family. And Cliff cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself, and crossed his arms. But before we get too carried away, it's not a real reunion. It's not a real reunion yet. Kyra's still in the guest suite, so I'll go and get her. He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended with a distinct knock. Kyra! They're here! It was only seconds before there was a sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of feet hitting the wood floor grew even louder this time.
My baby!
Ooh, Mommy! Mommy, sorry, Mommy, sorry, Mommy, sorry. Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room, and Kyra stretched her arms out wide when she spotted you both. Look at this sweater, too. It's really, I like this. I like this. She pulled you in tightly with her into her arms with Cove. Why must your jacket be so hard to doodle, my good sir? Yaga! Mwah. Yahoo! Welcome to the stream. How you doing today, cutie? Mwah. Hope you're doing goody. I'm sorry my jacket's a little complicated. I mean, the overall shape is simple, but yeah, it's got a lot of wrinkles because of the way I wear it. She pulled you tightly into her arms with Cove, and you were squished but felt every bit of love that Kyra held in her heart for you both. Cove wrapped his free arm around you and rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. Yeah, how dare you cross? After a moment, Kyra let go and pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. It's okay, I just make huge puffs and lines inside. That'll work. Oh, you're both looking well. That's wonderful, and just what I like to see.
Thanks.
Thanks. And hi, Mom. You look great too, Mom. And one day I'll let you in on... Wait. Both of her hands flew to her mouth, and the stunned look in Kyra's eyes quickly melted into affection. Slowly, her hands lowered, revealing the biggest smile you'd ever seen on her face. Do you mind? It's okay, Garnet. I'd be the luckiest lady to have you as another beautiful baby. That's great. You can never have too many moms. Your mouth curled into a bit of a teasing grin, cracking up the room. Cove shook his head when you caught his eye. Trying to start a collection? Starting to start a collection? Yes! I shall create the ultimate collection of mommies. No, yes. Yes is the answer. The answer is yes. Alright. Want to know what's hardest to draw than Cross's hair? Tia's massive melons, man. I suck at drawing big booba. Because every time you draw curves, you want to do it justice, and you always second guess yourself. I'm sure that's part of the problem. But hey, you know what, Yaga? Let your fingers just decide how it turns out. All right, don't stress it, don't question it. Just make the shape, and imagination will take the rest. All right, just pretend that like is it slightly lopsided? Oh, she's jumping. Physics is involved. Gotta give Goddess Tia what she deserves. Fair. I use an Apple pencil. I just wanted one more officially.
Alright.
Well, it's official. Garnet's our kid now. He turned to Kyra with 2 thumbs up and she giggled. We've had plenty of practice with the first one, so I think we'll do a great job the second time. Physics? Exactly. Garnet's already spent most of her childhood dealing with your parenting. You can't exactly pretend this is a fresh start now, she already knows. His dad shrugged in agreement, and Cove wasn't exactly wrong, but that didn't stop the rumbles of laughter resounding in his dad's chest. Kyra clapped her hands together, still thrilled in the news. So, also, I don't know what it is about this, like, sweater cardigan with, like, the mesh knitting, but I really like this jacket. It's super cute. So, what's new? How have you both been? Kyra gave a nod for Cliff to go first, and cheerfully he waved a hand.
No worries.
No, same old, same old. Still got the shop, got my friends and family, of course, and the most exciting thing around here is seeing who'll rent that one free condo. Gotta dry your braids this time since I didn't do it last time. Oh my god, Larry's fucking squish emote is so good. What the fuck? Incredible. I always knew that you were such a snorer. They snickered and you couldn't help but peek at Cove, and he rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you. But the whole time there was still a happy smile fixed on his face.
Well,
For me, things have been good. I've been getting a lot of interesting assignments recently. Oh, recently I went to Seattle and... Kyra twirled a strand of hair shyly, her mouth curved into a grin, and whatever she was thinking about made her happy. Things have been going well with that guy from work, but it's still a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. Cove crossed his arms and his dad nodded, but it was clear that she appreciated the acceptance from her 2 boys. Oh, Kyra's in a romance with someone else, Sag. I'm really happy for you.
thanks.
Thank you. You're honestly glad that things were well for her. She was clearly grateful for your approval as well. I always kind of hoped that, like, Kyra and Cliff found a way to make up again, but that's also fine. That's just reality sometimes. So, that's us. I gotta go draw now, so I'll lurk. Love you, Cross. Thank you for comfy vibes every day. Hey, no worries. Mwah. Best of luck with your drawing. I hope everything goes well. I hope you become very happy with what you come out. Mwah. And even if you're not, we'll love it anyway. It's all good. It's all good, Queen. The only thing that I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to our hotel room.
Great.
Great, great. He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I actually remembered I was in the middle of cooking something. Only a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taken over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. Oh, that's fine, Dad. Go salvage what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while anyway, since we've got the time. Cove directed the last part to you as he spoke, hoping that you'd want to go with him, and you nodded automatically as you were already looking forward to it. That's a perfect idea.
Makes sense.
I think so too. You should go enjoy the day. I'll hang back here so I won't be a third wheel, and someone's got to keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Mom, you're not a third wheel. Cove stiffly struck his arms against his side like a little kid. A small smirk tugged at Kyra's mouth and she winked. Oh, you know what I mean. Have good luck. I'll see you both later. Cheerily, Cliff waved before going back to the cooking, and Cove smiled warmly.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Bye. We'll see you soon. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch his arms in the warm rays. Satisfied, Cove gave you a bent smile and dropped down low to the ground, and you knew this was your chance at a piggyback ride. Cove silently waited for you to answer. Excitement bubbled up in your chest. Cove always knew how to make your day even better. You always know just the right thing to do. Cove hummed in agreement while he climbed onto his back, and when you both had a secure grip, he stood up. The movement bounced you a bit more than usual. Chuckling to Cove's hair, you were pleased to enjoy another afternoon of your favorite mode of transportation. And under your hand, you could feel the vibrations of laughter in Cove's chest. Let's go. Naturally, you found yourself heading down towards the road towards the beach. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the sand, heading for the shopping district. Arriving, you wove past tourists who were taking the sights for the first time. Being a local was a badge of honor you wore proudly. Casually, you walked by the shops. Over the years, some had closed down, but many of the stalls were still exactly the same as they were when you were little. Cove snapped his head as far as you could go to one side, so dramatically you couldn't have exactly missed it. Something clearly caught his eye, but you couldn't see it.
Please?
Oh, there's a pretzel stand open today. Can we get one? When his gaze found you again, he wore the biggest smile and you chuckled. Of course you can. Oh wait, no, I thought it was I want one too. Yeah, we can. You fondly thought about retracing your previous thought, and Cove was beaming now. You're gonna get that one that comes with a little frosting cup, aren't ya? That's right. After that, you happily made your way over, being pulled in faster by the delicious aroma of the smell. With that, you changed course for the pretzel stand for a snack break. Cove was very pleased for the morsel that he picked up. That was good to see. And the sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, the day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked his shoes off, tossing them into the sand, and he wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. And you joined him. In seconds, you had your feet free and your shoes abandoned in the sand. You kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Cove sighed contentedly, and you followed his line of sight to the setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. He wore a bent smile when he turned towards you. Diamond Dino, yahoo! Mwah. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today, cutie? The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it was hard to think anything like this felt more perfect. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than the moments exactly like this. Being here at Sunset Bird with you. I'm just so glad we were able to come over to visit. I do like our living situation now over just being neighbors, but still. You hummed in agreement. Your heart fluttered the moment you caught Cove's eye, and your mouth lifted into a pleased smile. Of course, we would have ended up like this again sooner or later. You crossed your arms, and Cove looked up from the sand, meeting your gaze with a bent smile. It's inevitable. Cove murmured quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again, and shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down towards the sand. He stood straight back up with a lopsided smile and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. And you knew without a single word that Cove had found a new shell for your collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed at your side in a comfortable silence. Your shadows etched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise that you could hear was the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there were only two of you in your own little world. Eventually, the bubble popped and you realized that your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping that you were going to be home soon. Curious, Cove's eyes slid to your phone and you let your hand fall back down to your side. You held the phone pressed against the palm of your hand. Oh, it's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cove scratched the back of his neck and shook his head, and his mouth twitched like he just had a funny thought. Dang. Parents always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. You laughed. You'd think that after all this time, they'd know that we'd always find our way back home. I think she knows, and she's just probably excited to spend some time with you. Think so? Yeah. If I was her, I'd be missing you too. After one last glance, you put your phone away, and Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Let's go. Together you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forwards. The both of you ran off towards your mom's house, leaving the waves behind, but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, and yet it was also not a competition. The both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through your old front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here! Your moms were seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they locked on you in the light dusting of sand.
Hello.
Welcome home. Mom leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilous entrance, and Ma sighed wistfully.
Aww.
That brings back memories. Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. God, why is Cove so ripped? Yeah, look at his fucking lats, dude. Oh. Oh, daddy. I hope we're not too late. Nope, you're just in time. But you better start packing it up. Liz will be waiting. Ma nodded as she stood up from her seat, and she lightly ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. It took a second for you to remember where you put all your stuff. You needed to get it all in the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. Can I help? You shrugged and directed him to your bags, and with Cove, your moms, and yourself on the job, it only took one trip to the car to get everything. Cove firmly closed the trunk and thanked everyone else for the assistance. Of course, kiddo. Come along, my family. Let's get in the car. She gave Cove a special look to make sure that it meant him. Cove climbed into the backseat with a decidedly touched expression on his face, and you got in on the other side. And when everyone was situated, buckled, the engine started, and Ma pulled out onto the street. You couldn't help but be amused to be stuck in the backseat with Cove. Your mom's driving you around, and it really just felt like you were kids again. Cove caught you staring at him as he gave you a bit of a bent smile, and he was probably on the same wavelength as you from the sheer mischief of it. There was some light chattering on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep. It mostly became swapping jokey stories. The ecstatic trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. When you neared the airport, Mom picked out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs to the correct pickup area and asked for you to shout if you saw her sister. Yeah, Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a huge blue sign that says North America.
Alright.
Tell her that we're right in front of the building with the blue windows. She says that she's outside, right by a yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport. The back and forth continued, with Ma driving around in the wide circular airport road while Mom attempted to coordinate between her and Liz's location. Aha! You leaned forward, peering out the front of the car. A tall, poised silhouette pulled a pale purple roll-along suitcase behind her, which is definitely Liz. She waved to the car, and Ma parked along the sidewalk next to her. Mom put her phone away with a cheer. Mission accomplished, team. Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mom's raised hand, thrilled that both of her kids were back.
Good job.
That's right. Liz came closer, yanked the back door beside her. She popped her head into the car, heard her smile ornery despite how tired she appears. It must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was that same familiar smirk you had grown up with.
Hey.
Hello, children. I'm back. Hey, yo, hold up. Liz looks cute. Liz Garden reached over and hugged her. You quickly unbuckled and launched yourself at your sister. She wrapped her arms around you and squeezed. Well, hi to you too, kiddo. Hello, sweetie. It's so nice that you're here. Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. Whatever you say, baby boy. She turned her gaze towards Mom and Ma. Damn, imagine Liz calling us baby boy. Oh. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high, and you could tell that she was just as happy to be here as everyone was to see her. She left the door open, but ducked out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the trunk and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, Garnet. I'll keep it in front of my bag so you can get it later. Ma's dropping you off first, right? Yes, but that's not junk, it's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. Liz swung around to the open door, and you noticed that her hair had a few flyaways, but no doubt from a long day of traveling. She leaned in against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I am not sitting in the middle. I already had 5 hours of that nightmare of the flight, and there's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the one pulling Cove Holden and Garnet Last apart? I fucked up with the last name! Cove pulled up indignantly yet again at your classic tease of your relationship, and Liz continued along like she didn't notice. I forgot to change the last name! Don't judge me!
So?
I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figure you can fight it out somehow. Look, like, actually her way too overeager smile actually fits the shape of her head better now. I don't know what it is. Judged? Hush! Look, I lost my entire save file. I was in a rush, okay? And by the time I noticed, I was already in step 2, alright? Alright? Why does it start the last name as last? You had 3 opportunities? No, you have the one at starting. You never get to change your name. Yeah, exactly. Cove glanced at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved towards the middle. No, wait, I want to be in the middle. Thanks, Cove. No problem. I'm almost disappointed it was so easy. I meant it when I said we weren't children anymore. It's really just the middle seat. Liz shrugged, not losing any of her smugness. Oh, keep telling yourself that, and I'll keep taking the window seat. With the window seat open, Liz squished herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled again, Ma began to pull out.
Let's go.
We're off. Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door instead of her sitting up straight. It gave her a little bit more room. Hopefully we finished the journey. This car's almost as old as we are.
Now.
And it's still just as good as you are. We're equivalent to this junker? Hey, I love this old car. You spent your hours there, sitting in that very seat. It had taken you so many different places. The car had good times, bad times, and so much in between. You really hoped that it kept running. It'd be kind of bizarre if the car was ever sold. Oh, Garnet. How touching. Ma turned up the radio as Ma turned down onto the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she had driven you and Liz around town. Liz bounced in her seat, enjoying the classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it was a person. That was kind of hard to believe. And with Liz, the conversation livened up despite it being later and later in the night. She told you all about her week and the traveling preparations she made, and by the time she made it out into the actual tale of travel itself, Liz just started chuckling. And on the plane, Liz had sat next to a couple of girls who had talked a lot about how well they could read people. Liz recounted the conversation with her in hilarious detail as they tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. Neither of the girls could agree with one another, and Liz had refused to just tell them. However, the drive to your hotel only took so long, and eventually your group arrived. And lonely Yahoo, welcome to the stream. I am in pain. Oh no, what's wrong? I'm fishing in Genshin, by the way. Ah, yes, I've noticed that. Try to get the catch, huh? Ooh, that's rough, man. Who are you trying to fish the catch up for? Toma helped big time? Yeah, Toma's a big help for the catch. Especially if you happen to get doubles on those electrofish. Getting it for Raiden. I see. Smart move. Very economical. Honestly, I have a catch Raiden on my alt account, and she does fine. I wish she would do more damage, but she does fine. So I can give Favonius to Toma. Yeah, Toma really kind of needs a Favonius. Cross, why is it that I tease you and you see that, but when I say something nice, you miss it? I'm sorry. I love you. I'm just focused on reading right now, just vibing. Cove clambered his way out towards you, and Liz gave a loud sigh of relief at all the extra space that she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage and then waved off your family after you said your goodbyes, and after they left, you and Cove went to find your room. You scanned the key card to unlock the hotel room, and I know it just seems to happen every time and it's funny. And Dandalily, thank you for the head pats, yahoo! I hope you're having a good Sunday, how are you? Mwah, mwah, mwah. Welcome, welcome. I've already asked people in the Discord if they can help me with fishing, but no one seems to be down. I think the majority of the Genshin players on my Discord are US side, which is kind of the problem. I think the majority are NA. You scanned the key card to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep, and you turned towards the handle of the door. The door creaked open, and you craned your head to take a look. The first feeling you noticed was a large king-size bed in the middle of the room. It was prim, modern-looking space, seemed clean, and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. A smile played on Ko's face as he watched you take in the space. The bed's nice, huh? Which one of us is gonna use it? Are you serious? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I want to share, really. Alexa, play Cross giving me ASMR head pats. Oh, some pats for you, lonely. You can always join a couple of randoms, and it should be alright. I think my sister had an EU server on my account. I can log in and see if you need to fish. Ayo. It might not have Inazuma unlocked, or maybe it does. Either way, fish are fish. Good. Cub let out a breath in relief that he'd been holding on to. I got a good hotel, didn't I? Yeah, thanks for handling this. No problem. He beamed, glad to have your appreciation. You and Cove continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all of the rooms and amenities. Cove pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered into the room. However, the fact is, you were both exhausted and really didn't take too many yawns before you both changed into your pajamas and called it a day. You had to hunt along the walls to locate the light switch, and when you finally found it, you flicked it off with a sense of triumph. It's probably because she, it probably doesn't. She quit Genshin due to a lot of backseating on her streams. Oof. Like, I'm okay with backseating on games that I don't know. Because, hey, I don't know, and if you're giving me advice, I'll happily take it. But I know it's different for everyone. And also, a lot of times backseating can turn into quickly like, hey, you idiot, you moron, why are you not doing this? Why are you not playing exactly the same way? It's a different account. There's different characters, different artifact builds. You can't treat it all as exactly the same. Genshin is very hard to backseat properly, where you're backseating as in you're just giving advice and guidance without being disrespectful, in my opinion. She has Inazuma Pog. He was cozy and comfortable. The pieces didn't match, but he never really minded that. We should get some sleep. Ko smiled, a soft expression that was just adorable.
All right.
Okay, let's go to sleep. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Cove took a step forward towards you, wrapped his arms around your back, and you leaned into his embrace. Then he lifted you off your feet. What? Still not putting you down, Cove promptly dropped himself backwards. The both of you crashed into the tight-tucked sheets of the hotel bed, and he laughed the entire time. Cove bounced on the landing, absorbed most of the impact, and you laid on his chest, feeling a little jostled. You're an absolute... Let's do that again. You felt like a kid that had just ridden a roller coaster that had to get right back into line. It was kind of the thrill that you lived for. He smiled at the ceiling, a thought clearly crystallizing. My dad used to do that sort of thing to me when I was a little. Sort of. Nostalgia was clear in his voice, and it was a fond memory, and you felt something warm in your chest. For some weird reason, here in Brazil, we have 2 different days for Valentine's Day. Tomorrow morning is a real Valentine's Day, but Lover's Day is the 12th of June. Oh, that's just like White Day in Japan. Technically, I think Korea does White Day as well, where it's on March the 14th, literally a month after, the boys reciprocate. So if you'd gotten if you had gotten a Valentine's on Valentine's, you give back something on White Day. So it's still kind of like a give and take, despite gifts being gifts and whatever. So in Korea and Japan, I think we're also double the Forever Alone. So yeah, I have a cool day. You made a small noise of understanding that turned into a yawn. When Cove yawned back in return, you pulled at the sheets until you were actually under the blankets. Hey, do you know why pigeons aren't called pigeons when they're actually doves? Why is this a sentence? Why is that a tangent? By the cross, will you ever play White Day? The trick is definitely not a trick. What do you mean? What does that mean? And Shiver Shale, Yahoo, welcome to the stream. Oh boy, this game. Why? What's wrong? I need to resist the urge not contact my ex. Hey, look. Do whatever you gotta do, but you know, the trick is not a trick. Read it again, Cross. You'll ever play White Day? Is there a game called White Day? This question is definitely not a trick. I've never heard of White Day. What is White Day? What's it about? Sell it to me. Cole blinked at your random tangent. It's a horror game. Oh no! I walk a lonely road, the only road that I have ever known. Cove blinked at your random tangent, and you yawned and continued talking, your sleepy brain happy to info dump. You know, pigeons actually used to refer to a young cheeping bird. It's not like a species like it is now. Cove nodded along as you continued, seemingly interested despite the random topic, and by the time you finished, he was watching you intently. Then you kissed his lips. You shifted yourself closer so you could lean in. You kissed Cove and felt his lips perk into a smile before kissing you back, obviously enjoying the goodnight kiss. Cove wrapped his arms around you and snuggled next to you, and he let out a contented breath. You reached out to hold Cove under one arm and then used your other hand to comb through his hair. The two of you relaxed into one another as you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. I can't believe we're really here. You and Liz and everyone else is going to be in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all the scenery while going by while we were driving here, and honestly, it felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, in some ways it feels like it has been ages, and everything's different. Some of that's definitely because I'm staying at a hotel instead of being at my room and Dad's, but yeah. Yeah, it is a little weird. It's so weird. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking... A yawn forced an interruption into a statement. Cove was undeterred. I'm looking forward to this. He tucked his head into your neck, and you felt his lashes flutter closely against your skin. Same here.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow, Garnet. His words were a whisper you barely heard, and it might not have even been that exactly. You might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way. Whether you heard it or you only thought you heard it, the sentiment was true regardless. Cove would see you tomorrow, and when he opened his eyes and sunset returned to your hometown of Sunset Bird, you comfortably drifted off to sleep and eagerly awaited seeing Cove tomorrow as well. And your eyes gently opened up to see a dim, unfamiliar ceiling. And you recalled where you were, a hotel room. Yawning, your muscles felt relaxed and warm enough that sleep threatened to pull you under again. Morning. Cove's voice brought you back to consciousness. The heat made you sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your fiancé. His arm was draped across you, his fingers lightly drawing shapes on your pajamas, and you twisted over to face him fully. Morning. Did you sleep well? I did. The expression on his face softened with a contented sigh, and he felt his index finger lightly trace out the shape of a heart. There's nothing but good dreams when you're around. Give him another kiss. Morning breath kiss! Evil fox. Eyes half lidded, you reached over and covered Cove's lips with your own. You exhaled through your nose, parted only for a fraction to take air in. Cove cupped your cheeks delicately and leaned his forehead into yours. He brushed your skin with his thumb before pressing into a new kiss. Neither of you were making any moves to actually get up and start the day. It was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up in Cove. You could just indulge just a while longer. Eventually, though, enough time flew by that there wasn't really any minutes to spare. There were just too many people waiting, so you crawled out of the sheets together. Standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch, and he glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mom's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be fun. I think so too.
I mean...
This whole trip is great, actually. Being here with everyone is like having another chance at being a kid. We can do all the stuff that we used to, and all the things that we never did but wanted to. Yeah, the world's our oyster, Cove. Jumping up on the bed, you stood in a power stance in the center. We run the course of our lives. We're in control of our destinies. Exactly. Well, we better get back to it then, huh? We've got a pretty full schedule ahead of us for your mom's big day. You smirked. So much for being a kid. So many responsibilities. I don't think our friends really count as responsibilities, Garnet. Fine, you got me there. And Dandelion, thank you for the lurk, cutie. After that, you and Cove both moved around each other, busily getting dressed and ready for the day. Light laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed, phones sought after. Slap Cove's butt as he walks by you. Cove let out a small yelp, and you met his eyes with an impish grin, and he shook his head. Careful. His shyness melted away as he put himself inches from you. I might have to do something to return the favor. You raised your hands in playful surrender. His mouth bent into a pleased smile. That butt do be made for slapping? Yeah, as is mine. Oh, whoa. Return the favor, Cove. There was nothing else stopping either of you now, and in minutes you were hopping to your ride and heading down to the neighborhood. It was just another beautiful day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling the window down to absorb it all during your drive. Cove sat across the seat from you, near the opposite window, his gaze locked outside, catching in all the old landmarks that the vehicle was passing. Your spirits rose even higher for that moment, and you made it home once again. Eager, you hopped out of the car, let yourself inside, and your moms knew that you were to be there that morning. But the second you made it past the threshold, an excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes.
Hi!
Oh my god, look at Lee! She's gorgeous! Yo! Holy shit, I love her vest! Dude! Yeah, Lee straight up stealing the show all of a sudden. Nani the fuck? Lee with the drip! Garnet! You're here, and guess what? I'm here too! And while your heart rate settled, a broad grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out on her own, you noticed that she really found her own groove. She was still the same loving person she had always been on the inside, but just expressed herself in new ways. Lee looks less and less like Iori, but still looks good. Yeah! Like, old Lee definitely looked like Iori from Idolmaster. But, new Lee is, definitely an upgrade. Not that her old drip was bad, but my sister Xingqiu has a level 2 rarity artifact on it! Oh, is she AR-45? I assume, like, it might just be that she hadn't had time to properly build him up yet is all. Which is fine, you know? But level 2 artifact, yikers. It's different if he's leveled. If he's leveled and has a level 2 artifact, a green artifact, yikers. Over the past few years, she graduated college with a degree in history. She's becoming a historian. Yo, that's neato. AR-50, ooh. Though last you heard, she was actually pursuing her dreams, working towards and getting into the music industry. Really? Oh, Lee, you look so great. Mega Virus, Yahoo. Speaking of looking great, how are you? You looking goody. Welcome, welcome. Can I get the game on Steam? This is a yeah. Our Life Beginning and Always is a free game. You can you can get it for free. There are DLC that you have to pay for, but you don't need those because they just add extra little bits of story content. The game itself is absolutely free. I would 100% recommend it. I've got that Lily Peaches swearing video stuck in my head. I can't help seeing Sayu with it. I'm just laughing right now. Sayu rolls forward, gets stuck on a rock, can't roll forward. God fucking damn it! Bumps into a tree. Fuck! Gets hit by a Fatui Electro Hammer while rolling out. Ah, fucking shit, that hurts! You motherfucker! I'm going to kill you! I think that God fucking damn it specifically is the line that I remember the most from that video. That's the one that that's the one that made me laugh the most. And Ikuna, cute little fucker, little bitch. Look how adorable Lee has become, motherfucker. And guess what? You cuter, little shit, little bitch boy. Cause I fucking love you, bitch. I'm never gonna stop loving you, bitch. Watch The Legends of Vox Machina. Bully me and Lily Peachy boy. God fucking damn it, you little shit. I can't really do this squeaky voice for very long, but if you want to be bullied in it, be my fucking guest. I'll fucking... I can't really do that. Okay, I have a question. As far as the... As far as The Legends of Vox Machina goes, where is it airing from? Because, like, I really enjoy Critical Role. I do. But it's hard for me to watch it. Because it's a big time investment. And they're really good voice actors. I like the nuance of their voices and everything else. I actually also really enjoy being able to keep up with the combat. I have been recommended to play at 2x speed for the combat scenes, but they even like roleplay stuff out during the combat. So I don't want to miss it. So I just fall further and further behind every week, and I just kind of stopped at one point. I think in season 2, because I just pretty much skipped season 1. I was like, I don't have time to watch all of season 1. In season 2, I stopped when they, I know this is some slight spoilers, but, well, let's just say that, Caleb got his hands on, the time magic, right after they ran away from a dragon. That's about where I ended off. Where he witnessed one of his, former fellow apprentices from the evil nation, from the get executed. Just watch. No, I don't. That's the thing. I don't enjoy watching it at 2x speed. Maybe I'd get used to it, sure, but I don't know. Oh, Legend of Vox Machina, the anime series, is in the world, not the D&D sessions. Oh, is it not? Thanks. She beamed, putting her hands on her hips. Lee gave you a once-over. I'm not the only one. Shaking your head, you laughed at the appraisal, and Lee's gaze narrowed with scrutiny. Don't be modest. I mean it. You look happy. Lee leaned into the side past you to meet Kove's eye, and the grin on her face widened as she waved. Yo, hold up, though. Smirking Lee. Smug Lee, though. Mwah, chef's kiss. Look at that smirk. That fits her new style and hair way more than it did on her younger models. That cheeky grin. Watch Ruby at 2x speed. Oh no. And Joshua, Yahoo, welcome to the stream. How you doing, cutie? Welcome, welcome. I really like this expression on her new on her adult model. Hi, Ko. Hey, nice to see you, Lee. I got him practically at dawn. It was a whole thing, but at least I made it here alive. Okay, I think I know the reason why for YouTube. So, according to people who have actually studied the YouTube algorithm, right? Longer form videos are where YouTube is the YouTube algorithm has adapted into. So, for example, if you put down a 12-minute video last week, or and then put out a 15-minute video this week, and people watch more of that 15-minute video than of the 12-minute video, because it's by watch time, they start pushing, they push the 15-minute video way more. For example, like, say that both of them got watched exactly 75%, right? 75% of 12 would be 9 minutes, and 75% of the 15-minute video would be 12 minutes. It doesn't matter that they're both like roughly the same portions of it got watched. The only thing that matters is how much of it, like how much time got watched. So yeah, so people, YouTubers just do whatever they need to pad out length a little bit here and there. Like, admittedly, I think that there are some content out there, like the very long form video essays, that even when they're like, you know, getting to the point frequently enough, are just lengthy because they're just a lot to talk about. But yeah, I do feel that I do feel that like it's like I would prefer, you know, a lot of shorter form content. I think that's why TikTok is doing so well. It's Vine did really good because it was just short form content. People like that. You know, you want to go in, have a laugh. You don't want time wasted. Brevity is an art and it's lost on YouTube. Yeah, it's lost now. There's still channels that like. There's still channels that do it well, but. I do follow a lot of clip channels, yeah. But clip channels do good because of the popularity of the people that are getting clipped, not because of the content itself. So I feel like clip channels don't exactly count for the general algorithm. They're more of an exception, not the rule. When I made my Konosuba video, I sped it up in the edit. Yeah. Fractionally speeding it up is not bad. Also, look at Liz. Super cute. I love her bangs. It's really nice. Lee exhaled and bumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the ordeal was, and behind her, Liz made her way over. She crossed her arms at the seam. I'm here too, in case you were wondering. The fucking smug look immediately returning to Lee's face, though. I'm always wondering if you're just there somewhere. Liz's lip twisted before coming out into a smug smile, and she brushed a stray hair out of her face.
Hey.
You make it sound like I'm always following you around. I like have a life of my own, you know, if you weren't aware. I know, but when I'm at home, I'm always keeping an eye out for my big sister. Old habits. I love the smug, yeah. I think Liz's previous edition is my favorite. Liz as like a very, very small kid was adorable, despite being a cheeky little fucker. But Liz in her, I think she's 3 years older than our characters. So she was 21 then. 21-year-old Liz, I like the artwork for 21-year-old Liz better than the 26-year-old. Just from her outfit and style. Although I could have done without the hat. Lee's 23-year-old form is definitely, undoubtedly best form Lee. I just love her hair. Like, my gosh. It's so nice. It's so cute. And Mega Virus, alright, I'll stretch, gotta... Ooh. Ooh. Wah. How sweet. I miss the days of checking to see if someone else made it first to the TV, too. You laughed, quiffy. Of course, that's what her mind would go to. Another friendly shout rang out from the living room, and it was almost as cheery as ever from the many times you'd heard over the years. Good morning, family. Your parents both came out of the side hall together. I love the sass from Step 2 Liz, though. Oh, Step 2 Liz was great. The sass from Step 2 Liz was great. Step 2 Liz was definitely the cutest. Like, just kind of, like, oh, adorable. Bit of a cheeky little shit, but adorable. Step 3 Liz is my favorite style-wise, though. Morning.
Well,
Now that everyone's here, I do have a little something to mention. Ma put her hand lovingly on her wife's, and Mom leaned her head into Ma's with matching affection. We're all having the same dinner together, but Pam actually made plans to take me out to brunch to celebrate our anniversary, just the two of us. Please, she hooked an arm around Ma's waist.
sorry.
Sorry to push you out, but I'm sure that this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon. We don't need to find a babysitter or anything.
Totally.
Man, every time I look at Lee, I fall more in love. Fuck. I just really like her outfit too. I don't know. I'm just really vibing with Lee right now. Yeah, like have fun, moms. Don't worry about it. You can survive that easy. Enjoy your brunch. They gave me 2 napkins for my lettuce wrap burgers. Ayo. Is that good or bad? Are they like the super thin cheap ones, or are they 2 is not enough, bro? Oh, okay. So they weren't quality napkins. Okay, that's bad then. I'm used to going to like In-N-Out where they literally give you like a half-inch thick wad of napkin. The outfit's great, but I prefer her long hair. I normally prefer long hair. My model is short hair simply because I just think it's more manageable for my style. And I just think it looks better in that regards. I prefer, though, aesthetically long hair. But Lee's haircut is really working for me. I think I really like it when short hair is a little wavy like that. I think that's what it is. Maybe. These are just basic napkins. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Oh, that works out, actually. An afternoon open means that there's time to meet up with Terry and Randy. I really hope they're free today. Do you have long hair in real life? No, I've got shorter hair. The longest I've ever had my hair is down, like, 1-2 sections into my spine, down towards my shoulders. I've never had it very, very long. Because part of it's that growing up, if you're an Asian dude, you know, it's not respectable for the older generation to see young Asian men with long hair. That's a womanly aspect to them, and is shunned by the elder society. So I was never allowed to have very long hair. Every opportunity it was forced to be chopped. So take that as you will. So I'm just used to having short hair, despite wanting long hair. You know? And even now, like, I acknowledge that short hair is just easier to manage. So I don't want to go into the hassle of learning how to deal with long hair now. I don't know. Maybe that'll change in the future, but as it is right now, short hair is fine.
Sounds good.
Definitely. We should call them.
All right.
I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to make her plans before she was done even speaking. And arching an eyebrow, she then directed to the next part at Lee. You want to come along? We missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past.
Yeah.
I'd love to. It'd be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. Oh, you both have fun. Oh, don't worry. Fun is my Oh, fuck. That's it. I'm shrimping. Lee was already one of my more liked characters in this game, but no. Outside, like, next to Cove, Lee's my favorite now. This is it. This is where the story changes. All right. The wink got me. She got me shrimping with the wink. Tag added NTR. Look, we're not blood related, all right? This is okay. Chuckling, Liz smirked. We'll try not to have all the fun, so don't get into too much trouble. You shook your head. Liz winked. She then glanced back at her phone and rapidly typed a new text. Excellent, it's settled. She squeezed at her wife's hand. Her gaze took to the whole room, ecstatic. Does Cross know what NTR is? Of course I do. Don't worry about it. Ecstatic to have the house full again. And Megavirus, thank you for the alert, cutie. Today is going to be perfect.
Yes.
I think so too. What does blood relation have to do with NTR, Cross? No, I was just also mentioning that we're also not blood related because I'm adopted. So, biologically, it's okay. Alright? Biologically, it's okay. The one getting NTR'd is Cove, which is sad, but you know what? I will allow it. For Lee, I will allow it. Alternate universe. Alright? What the fuck did I come back to? Don't worry about it, baby. I think so too. I couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, our whole beautiful family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. There were awes and sweet comments from the group gathered around the couple of the hour. And he's NTRing Cove? Eh? Why is it that every time I leave for a minute, Cross goes nuts? Eh? Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age, you could be so proud of your life as them. But Ma's attention then fell on you, and the look on her face twisted mischievously, and a shiver shot down your spine. This is a very good time of the year for marriage, don't you think so? Oh my god, Ma! Whenever I'm not on stream, he seems to be extra monka. Eh? With the snickers, all eyes eagerly slid over to you and Cove, shocked at how her implications, her cheeks burned red. It's like he knows! There was no missing the meaning in Ma's words, and she was clear as a bell, and she knew it. And out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cove shyly twisting the ring on his left hand. A wave of affection drifted down onto your body. You knew that someday would be your wedding, and that filled you with joy. I'm playing Lost Ark as like, adventurer! We can't hold the bandits forever, help us! Me's like, of course not, they keep respawning, duh. MMO logic, yes. His stuttering never quite reached full sentences. Instead, it turned more into silence. Cole's brain was just shutting down, and Ma had sympathy for him.
There.
Oh, you don't need to say anything. It's just a little thing to ponder. And at that, Cole's mouth finally snapped shut. With a stiff nod, he creakily glanced at you. If it was only the two of you here, you got the impression that he would have had something to say. For now, a meaningful look was all there was. Right, let's get back to what we were doing. Right after that, you enthusiastically began setting up plans to meet up with your friends. They were both able to come see you, having kept their schedules free for this, and you couldn't wait. Cove was also speedily sending text messages. Since you conveyed the plans to Terry and Randy, you imagined that he was letting his parents know what he was about to be up to. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for you and your mom's brunch for your big meetup with your friends. Remember that back for stream and we both left and came back at different times, yet we both came back to saying he puts fluids into every gender? I remember. It's true though. Soon enough, everyone's out the door and looking forward to their fun-filled afternoons and their dinners later that night. Once outside on the neighborhood street, you looked at Cove, and he stood at your side with a bent smile. I'm at Resin Cap? Oh, oof. Terry and Randy were driving to town while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier-to-reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Sunset Bird again, having to relying on other people who actually have cars to get anywhere. Now we're stuck walking to whatever's nearby. No, we're reverting back to infancy. A snort was followed by true laughter from Cove. Teasingly, you pouted. I opened Genshin and forgot. I forgot to condense before I left. Pain, Pekka. This isn't funny, Cove. I don't want to be a baby again. I didn't realize we were regressing that seriously. He shrugged and then stuck his hand in his pockets, and the thought of being little again made you shiver. I couldn't go back to that. I like being me currently.
Me too.
I like the current you too. Let's go. You bounced forward several steps and shot Ko a playful look over your shoulder, and with that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. It was a casual stroll into town, and before you know it, you were at one of those large parking lots of Sunset Bird. The one that you used to have, that have the little crepes. Klapstall. Crepe. Remembering the delicious smell, you got lost in thought. The store did well enough that it moved into a full-size building a couple years ago. You'd seen pictures, actually. It was very cute. The parking lot now, well, just a lot of empty cars that could theoretically park in, but not many took the offer. Cove pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in the group chat to let them know that you made it. Someone must have answered already because Cove gave you a status update while still staring at the screen. Randy texted, "I can see you." Oh, Reed. The blare of a car horn cut you off, and you and Cove turned towards the source of noise. One of the windows rolled down.
Hey, buddies.
Hey, buddies. Your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it, as expected. Being the only car meant that they got the pick of the lot, so they pulled into a stop in front of you. The window closed back up, and instead of two front doors popped open, and Terry and Miranda stepped out onto the pavement. Hi, Cove. Hi, Garnet. Yo, Miranda is a cutie still. Let's go. With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove and squeezed him into a big hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove alongside the majority of the air in his lungs. He didn't really fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry's back a pat with a large grin spread across his face. When he let go of Cove, Terry came right up to you, and he held up his fist for you to bump it. Hey! Terry still got the hips, though. Nice. Fist bumped him. He gently pressed forward, meeting Terry's knuckles with a light bop, and he greeted you with a satisfied grin. It felt nice to have your friend group reunited as adults. Terry is currently a full-time lifeguard at the busier beach a town over, and you're proud of him. He helped a lot of people in his line of work. Miranda and Cove took Cove's hand gently, and one of Miranda took Cove's hand in one, and one of yours in the other. Her eyes alight, and she gave you both a gentle squeeze.
So great.
I'm so happy to see you again. Hey, Terry. Hi, Miranda. He answered assuredly, and it was clear that he was equally glad to see them. The reunion was long awaited. And for a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at school while continuing her own education. She also kept running a small shop online, selling some crafted knickknacks that she made. Oh, you both look so cute. Oh, stop that. The pink in her cheeks deepened at your compliment. Oh, I mean it. You knew how Miranda's played been full for a while now, but despite the busy schedule, she really did take the time to put on together a fantastic look. Miranda released your hands, giggling, as she eyed you both carefully. So, how have you been?
It's nice.
Things have been nice. Everything's perfect.
That's cool.
I can tell. You're sparkling. Standing up straighter, you felt a surge of pride for yourself. You seemed really happy where you were in life and where the trajectory seemed to be taking you. I'm really glad for you. What about you? I'm super. Terry sidled up next to Miranda and put his arms around her shoulder. Sighing dreamily, Randy chuckled up at her boyfriend. Yeah, things have been unbelievable. He pressed his cheeks against Miranda's, and she let her light squeak, and the sight of us put an amused grin on your face. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other well and cared about each other so much. It was no shock at all when you heard the news that they started dating. The corners of her mouth curled playfully while he took in the warm welcomes all around. At times, it was still kind of funny how your group of four evolved into two couples. Not that you were exactly complaining about it. You thought it was an amazing thing. Cove then pulled out his phone and peeked at the screen, and he repeated the motion every so often. You raised a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior, and Cove was much too focused on whatever he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was stranger.
So...
Is there anything you want to do while we're here? Any place you'd want to see? Oh, I'd be up for a lot of things, but actually there's something that I want to do right here. Oh yeah? What's that? Terry poked at Cove's arm playfully, and Miranda met your eyes, silently asking if you had any idea what Cove was talking about, and you shrugged. I just want to see my friends. Huh. Cove, you're already doing that.
Well...
True, but I could be doing it even more. Hold up, what does that mean? You, Terry, Miranda all turned to Cove with three identical, incredulous expressions, and his gaze stared at a point past you three and heard the scrape and sand and gravel underfoot. Someone else stepped into the parking lot, and startled, you jumped at the call of the warm voice shouting over.
Sup, guys and gals?
Yo! Derek got fucking tall! Holy shit! Actual giant! Running a hand through his hair, the person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Suarez. He was beaming the whole way. It's been too long. Even though it hasn't, well, actually been that long, but long enough. Derek! You screech his name and wave both arms to welcome him. Bashful, Derek scratched the back of his head. You're here! Here in the flesh.
I missed you.
Damn, his voice though. Hold up.
I missed you. I missed you.
Damn. He spoke to you gently, and you were thrilled at just being there, reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and had been for a long time. Why'd I get bonked? He's got a nice voice, alright? Hey. You waved over at Terry and Miranda pleasantly, and over the years they'd all met several times in passing, simply through being friends with the same people. That wasn't even a horny moment, just appreciating his voice, alright? Sup, big man? Hi, it's so great that you could come. Cove put himself next to Derek, and happily he clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Hi, thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Of course. Thanks for inviting me. Sheepishly, Cove looked back at you and the others, and that's when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents that he was texting earlier, it was Derek the entire time. Derek's in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. Yup, I'm running my own business thing too. I'm still kind of involved with running the scuba shop, what it's called for though.
Very nifty.
Nifty. Humming, Derek elbowed Cove.
So?
But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Let's hit the town. Eager to get going, everyone piled into Terry's car, and the rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over Sunset Bird, laughing, reminiscing all the way. Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't really have to walk there at all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again, or before your trip ended. Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back, and you caught Derek in the back, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to see your moms? Always. Let's keep the celebration going. You shimmied right there in the street for added emphasis, and he looked at you amusedly and rolled his eyes.
Come on.
Come on, let's go. Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house, almost time for the anniversary dinner. You'd barely stepped over the threshold to the condo where Ma descended, eagerly welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which the conversations moved on excited chatter about tonight's dinner plan. Cove excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. Whoa, shit, boy! Woo! Whoa. But when he returned, you were shocked to see he had entirely changed up. God damn! The drip? Where did that come from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed before the dinner without having to go back to the hotel. Oh, didn't you? Or maybe you still have this stuff here at your mom's place? No, Cove. I didn't do that.
Huh.
But your mom's party, it's at the country club. That's where also Liz took golf lessons. Not everyone's going in their Sunday best. This isn't like the summer soirees where they're having like a real party. We're just going for a regular meal. Cole was befuddled by your expression as you were with his actions, and he threw up his arms, desperate for understanding.
Seriously?
How can you not dress nicely for a country club? Oh, I don't think the Cypress is as special as you decided it is. You saw Ma. She wasn't anything really formal. She's one of the guests of honor. You realize now that whenever you went for the country club on normal days, it was just family time with you and Liz and your moms. Each time Cove came, things had been more exciting. You never really thought that before, but his perspective suddenly made a lot more sense. His frown wobbled, his cheeks a lot pinker, and he looked down at his own self regrettably as he pulled at the cuffed ends of his shirt. He seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. I thought she was gonna get changed while you and me were... It's okay, you look really nice. Bruh, my homie pulled an America No Man's Sky and went into 2 billion money units in debt to buy oil. Hold up, what? Chocolat, elaborate. I'm very confused. What is that sentence? Co's eyes stole a glance at the hall, as if he was calculating if he'd have time for another quick change, and unfortunately for him, It was not meant to be. The time to head out had come far quicker than you had imagined. Cliff and Kyra swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order, and for a second surprise at night, Cliff was also informal. Like father, like son. Ko's face excitedly whipped towards you at the same time Cliff went into Kyra's, and the two men pointed at one another. See? He knows. Exactly, sport. Kyra was talking to me like I was crazy. The aforementioned Kyra placed a hand delicately yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows this because you're the one that raised him. Clifford chuckled, his arm moving to scratch the back of his neck. You can buy oil for settlements in that game? Oh, he did a pro gamer move and changed the clock on the PS4, which changed him to, which charged him per sec. Oh no. Son's rocking the look a tiny bit better though? Yeah. You gotta wear a tie if you're buttoning up that much. Genuinely, anyone wearing a dress shirt all the way up to the top button, you only do that if you're gonna wear a tie with it. If not, loosen it up. It looks weird. Modern day sensibilities do not have, yeah, Cliff looks like a beta now all of a sudden, you're right. It's too high without any sort of, like, whatever. If he had a tie, it'd be a different story. Yep, that's my boy. The end of Ko's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid in more ways than he realized. They might have been the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests in the entire club all gussied up, but at least they could take solace in one another, and that looked to be good enough for them. All the members of your family headed out at the same time to the Cypress. It was supposed to be the perfect reunion. An impeccably smart host greeted you on arrival, smoothly leading the way to the set of tables reserved for your group. Completely in character that he doesn't know how to dress formally, though? Yeah, actually. Once you'd all settled in, chosen drinks were poured into delicate glasses. The food would be coming out a little later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a bit while longer. Smiling, your parents faced a group of familiar faces, all gathered together to share this special day with them. Mom reached over, took Ma's hand, clasping it in both of hers.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady here might have been the best thing I've ever done. And there's no one I'd want to celebrate that with. No one else I'd want to celebrate that with. Yes, we were so lucky. Not only do we have each other, we've got such a large and loving family through all of you. Around you heard people saying aw and chuckling appreciatively at the comment, and Lee had clasped her hands tightly in front of her, her eyes shining. Your eyes also met Liz's misty ones, and the affection that she had for her mom's carried over to you too. Aww. You returned your attention to the happy couple, just as they leaned in to kiss, smiling all the while. The table responded with cheers and clapping and shouts of "Happy Anniversary!" and other congratulations continuing even after they'd broken apart. Mom beamed as she watched Ma giggling dreamily. Liz just smirking though, yeah. Then her eyes met yours across the table. And of course, it won't be too much longer until we're celebrating another marriage. She leaned eagerly over the table at you and Cove, and your fiancé blushed, but he grinned proudly at the suggestion. Yeah, when is that happening? With how speedy that engagement was, it's a miracle you've had the willpower to hold off on officially tying the knot already.
Come on.
Oh, come on. Are you really gonna give us a hard time for that? Cove's plea was met with unsympathetic ears, at least those of him belonging to your family. Yeah. Yes. Definitely. Cliff made a valiant effort to support his son. No. Yes. His mom, meanwhile, shared a wicked grin with your sister as she said that last word. The group burst into laughter, and Cove, who had only stopped pouting long enough to take an angry chug of his drink, did not join in. But you laughed alongside the others. The teasing was meant well, and you didn't mind some good old-fashioned ribbing every once in a while. The waiters reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully sated, the plates were cleared, the event drawing to a close. Cliff and Kyra exchanged goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Cove gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your moms were ready to head off. And you were getting a lift back with your moms, of course. It was already late, so you discussed the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going to the condo, but Cove had actually asked if they'd mind taking him back to the neighborhood. He wanted to visit a little longer, and your moms happily agreed. Liz and Lee were feeling tired, so your mom swung by their hotels during the trip home, and you and Cove made the full journey with them. Riding in the backseat of your mom's car, while Cove felt more than a little nostalgic. As your eyes drifted over to him, his head resting on the window, it was hard to believe how much time had passed. Mom stretched out as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulder as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cove shook his head. No thanks. It's your anniversary. You don't have to detain me. I'll just take a walk. Oh, it's never any trouble to have you over, Cove.
You alright with that?
Let him do as he pleases, Lonnie. But you better not stay out too much later or there'll be trouble. Ma chuckled as Mom waggled a finger, her expression exaggeratedly severe as she reprised a role that in truth she never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh when you'd grown up, so Ma joined in on the act. Oh, don't go too wild because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you to stand there out in the dark on the street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him really why. You already had the answer for this. He wasn't really ready for the day to end. And without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road, and you walked alongside him. You'd known your destination long before you arrived on the dark and utterly deserted beach. There were no lights down here. Nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. The only sounds were the gentle rolling in and out, the soft sound of the footprints left in the sand, and other words. It was perfect. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile and then tucked his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off. Woo! He tugged it over his head and lobbed it backwards, further up the beach and out of the reach of the waves. Didn't think I'd be getting a show. Cove froze, his arms still raised from where he'd thrown the shirt. Slowly, he came back to life, stiffly pulling his arm back down, and your commentary made him a little self-conscious. Laughing, you clapped your hands in delight at his awkwardness. Cove slipped his dress pants off and tossed them back in roughly the same direction as his shirt, down to just his polka dot boxer briefs. Sometimes you were really struck in the ways that he was braver than his younger self, and this was definitely one of those times. But he never, ever would have done this when you're both living on the street. But you also know that he wouldn't do it with anyone other than someone he spent all those years with. You took off your dress so that you could swim as well. Fuck it. Cove waded up further into the water until it came up to his chest. You unfastened your clothes and left them behind you as well, just as Cove had done moments before. You didn't even bother to see where they followed before following him deeper into the sea, and Cove grinned as you approached. I am gonna be, like, in so much trouble with my moms when we get back.
I guess.
Yeah. Oh well. Think fast! He splashed water at you as his words left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. The splash caught you full on, leaving you sputtering and drenched. Splashed him back. Seeing as what you're doing, Cove put his hands up for protection, but it was no use. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. Cove sighed, then looked at you mournfully, then a sudden shift in mood alarmed you. Those worries disappeared as soon as he opened his mouth. We're still not merfolk, though. The world is cruel. He snickered, and after a moment, Cove's mock sadness broke, and he joined in. The two of you wound up drifting further down the shoreline, chatting, enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided the backdrop for just so much of your childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead, and as you drew closer, you realized this was the old playground. Cove spotted it too, and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water, heading into the park. Wet sand coated his feet, his lower legs with every step, clinging thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre set of boots. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park got these days. There were officially no children living in that neighborhood now. Cove glanced at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care that he was soaking wet, dressed only in his underwear. Crouching, he gently pushed off one of the child-sized swing sets, marveling at it all.
Wow.
I can't believe how tiny everything is. Were we seriously small enough to use these? He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both have been when you first met. Then he walked over to the monkey bars. Once, these had been a challenge for you. Now, they were a little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back on the bars, hopped them onto them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. It was strange seeing the adult Cove juxtaposed with the baby playground, but you took your own place in the structure. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived. Apparently, it still was to this day. And Phoenix, you have a very, very good night. Mwah. Get plenty of sleep. Thank you so much for stopping by. 아이고야, 귀여운 놈. 잠을 잘 자고. 좋은 꿈도 있고. 아이고, 왜 이렇게 귀여우나. The queue for Lost Ark went to 25K on the German server. Good God. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toes scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but a little more care. And you thought that was adorable. In this moment, you were home. It just so happened to be the place where you'd grown up, but really, anywhere you could be with Cove was that for you. He had been a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You'd both chosen from a young age to share your life with each other, and you wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood had shifted now. The funny, impulsive night beach trip, the spike of adrenaline that came with you playing in the water under the moonlight, had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. Too bad I wasn't able to bring my surfboard along with this. Cove shrugged dramatically, trying to lift the mood a little. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. The smile he had when he spoke all these words fell quickly as it appeared. It went by so fast. We all came out for the party and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents, we'll all be going back to our own things now. But what else can you do except say it's okay? I guess it's a part of growing up. This place, these people, they're our foundation. It shaped who we are now, making castles out of sand. I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cove's voice was gentle when he spoke again. We had a good childhood, I think. I think we were really lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He shook his head, sighing heavily. Alright. His smile took on an uncharacteristically harsh twist, and you had a feeling you knew where this was going. We better get home before your dumb parents who don't know anything just get mad. You had to laugh at that half-hearted impression of young Jeremy, the boy you had met in this very park. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tapering off. I hope we don't get grounded. The jokes kept coming. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your mom somehow ground you as a fully grown adult and independent adult, but that their power is now extended over Cove as well. And as much as you enjoy being back here, Cove was right. You had to accept that you needed to go now. And it was late, and your moms were still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. You and Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily with the ground only a short distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. You retrod the same path, following the footprints down to the shore you left in the sand only a little while earlier. Once you and Cove had scrounged up your abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path home, side by side. Droplets of water slid down your skin and fell to the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As you and Cove were soaked and sandy from your earlier adventure, it was likely that you were leaving quite a trail in your wake. But you'd seen Cove's bedroom growing up, so it was really only natural for him. The air was slightly humid, already pleasantly dense with moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footsteps that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The signs of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You kind of hoped so. You quite liked the idea of you and Cove leaving a mark in your hometown again, even if only for a little. And despite being soaked and through and mostly undressed, the balmy summer night helped preventing you from feeling any real chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you kind of felt warm from the inside out. The day had been so lovely, spending time with friends and family, and your eyes drifted to Cove. Cove Holden, your fiancé. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. I love you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes smiling, his eyes wide and adoring. He bit his lip as he smiled shyly, and you could tell that your words had touched him. I feel the same way. Exactly. He held your gaze a moment longer, looking straight at you when he spoke again.
I love you.
I'll love you forever. And you kissed him. Catching him by the hand, you stopped Cove in his tracks and pulled him close, your heart somersaulting as your lips met. And at this moment, with the quiet seaside town at rest, it felt like it was just the two of you in the world. Cove returned the kiss, gently cradling your head with his hand until you broke apart. You were full of joy. All the concerns and the day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think of in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime. And that time had nearly come for tonight. You had to get at least some rest and bring it all to a close. And so the two of you went inside to say goodnight to your moms, as well as to clean yourself up the best you could. Your moms, both in pajamas, ready for their own sleep, hooted with laughter as you both came inside, disheveled and damp, and their teasing continued until the car came to get you to the hotel. We're both literally in our underwear, soaked in seawater, half drying off, feet caked in sand, as we enter the house. Cub stayed silent as he put his casual clothing on again, placing the formal ones back in the bag he brought them with. You'd given Mom plenty of material for mock scolding, and you got a playful lecture of not getting into the water without bothering to change first. But you just grinned at your partner in crime, feeling a bit like a naughty kid all over again, but it had been worth it. And by the time you and Cove finally dragged yourself to your hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for some time and the lonely hotel hallways were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment, like you were really making the most of your trip. It's such an odd thought that this was almost over. You settled into this new routine naturally. All the familiar streets and faces made everything just easy to get used to. And the two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine to your room. Cove set his phone on the bedside table and you followed suit. You both started settling in for the night. The hotel's room was a welcome sight after your long day. You noticed Cove rub the back of his neck and yawn, his voice quiet, distant. I hope the pet sitter's doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed at you, just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed at the world at large, but you still agreed. Yeah, I hope so too. Cove still kept fish after all these years. Delightful, colorful things in huge aquariums. He actually spent a lot of time when he wanted to relax just watching them swim. You also had adopted some pets who you loved dearly. Your home was a lovely place full of critters that both of you cared for. That's why with both of you gone, it had been very important to find a decent pet sitter. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subsided, and over the vacation you caught him a few times asking the pet sitter and checking on his fish. It'll be okay. Cove turned towards you, his nervousness still coming off despite his exhaustion. I know what you mean, but you chose that person for a reason, you trust him. But they're all fine, they just miss you. Cove smiled, appreciative of your comfort. You nodded in satisfaction, mission accomplished. Cove yawned widely, he seemed confused at the magnitude of it, and he groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. You squinted at your wrist as if looking at a watch. Yep, it's bedtime clock. The two of you got changed and brushed your teeth, and in no time at all, the both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. And after that, you flopped onto your side of the shared bed. Cove headed over to his side, and you felt the mattress dip under his weight. You tucked yourself under the covers, Cove snuggling in closer in the middle. You turned on your side to face him, scooted closer, your noses almost touching. Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke his words like a lullaby.
Good night.
Good night, Garnet. Night. Cove's eyes fluttered shut, and he let out a contented sigh. There was a warmth in Cove's body next to you. He was just right there. Your hands drifted over to Cove's, and you ran your fingers up his arm, across his shoulders, and finally to his face, and Cove trembled at the gesture. You cradled his cheek, and his eyes opened slightly to peek at you unsure. Are you tired? As nice as it was to be near him, you understood that he might not be in the mood. You wouldn't mind if you just went to sleep instead. Cove mumbled into the hotel blanket.
I mean...
Not anymore. Your eyebrows lifted, and he flushed as a growing excitement replaced any previously held plans to rest. You leaned forward and lightly kissed his lips. He pecked your back affectionately, and you could feel a smile in that affection. He rolled slightly so he was fully on his side, had a better range of motion, and with the newfound freedom of his arm, he reached over to stroke the back of your head. When the first kiss ended, you immediately started another and another. Cove stopped running his fingers down your hair to hold your head closer. Keep going. Hook your legs around him. You tangled your legs across Cove's, and you needed him to get even closer. He twisted his arms around your back and kissed the corner of your mouth. Grab his butt! Slid your hand down his back, lingering and caressing until you please. However, your touch had a purpose and you kept going until you grabbed his butt. A shiver went through him as he gripped your pajamas harder, and you smiled at the curve of his lips. Kissed down his neck. Bent down over Cove, covers wrapping around you, kissed all the way down to the side of his neck. Cove squirmed under your touch, made a new please note with every touch. Nibbled his ear. Pressed your chest against his and toyed with his earlobe, peppering him with soft little bites. Cove spoke breathily inaudible words against the crook of your neck. And kissed him deeply. Snaked your arms around Cove and pulled him in close to you as you could, savoring the heat of his body against you. Press Cove as long as you can't manage before meeting air, and he responded just as desperately. Pressed your foreheads together affectionately. Cove happily looked at you before he bent his torso so that he was in a position more over you. He kissed you and ran his tongue against the bottom of your lip. He kissed back eagerly, encouraged further. Tug and pulled at Cove's soft pajamas. It stretched over your fingers. Cove started to run a hand through your hair again, sweetly carding through the strands. I've decided I'm done pretending there's a chance of suppressing Cross's horny. It was a never-ending reassurance that he was there and he cared about you. Cove twisted his head towards his pillow and squished his face into it, letting out a sigh. You smiled and snuggled up against him, both of you settling into the heated moment. Cove's face remained pressed into the pillow, and you watched his chest rise and fall visibly with his deep inhales. But his arms stayed around you, holding you close. And when his breathing slowed, he shifted back and met your eyes. Cove nuzzled his cheeks against you lovingly and whispered, "We really shouldn't stay up all night, huh?" You accepted Cove's judgment. He was right. You both needed sleep for tomorrow. Curled up comfortably in each other's arms, ready to actually settle down for the night. Your eyes fell closed sometimes after, and you weren't sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. You felt a mixture of bitter and sweet emotions, just happy to be there, sad it was ending. There was relief that you'd soon be in your own home again, but also wondering when you could return here. There were so many feelings swirled around in your head that hadn't even crystallized into thoughts yet. Paradoxically, you felt nice but also a bit confused, but then also nice for the confusion. In the back of your mind, you realized that you really must be tired. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion did not give you much time to muse on your emotions, and in what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. The dreams dancing around in your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't really remember anything about them at all, and you were growing more and more aware of the real world. You woke up feeling enveloped by warmth. Humming happily, you felt Cove's fingers trail up your arm. Closing your eyes again, you snuggled into Cove, nuzzling into his chest with a delighted sigh. The warmth of your breath sent a shiver through his body. You wrapped your arm around him, holding him there. Not that Cove really minded much. He happily held you back. The sleepy morning couldn't last too long, and then eventually, you felt Cove's thumb rubbing circles into your shoulder, trying to ease you back.
It's okay.
I don't want to leave either, but it's got to be done. We got to get up, Garnet. Once we get past today, we can spend as much time in bed together as you want, okay? Delighted, you nuzzle your cheek into him again, and you could feel his fingers aimlessly drawing squiggles and circles on your skin. I like the sound of that. You sat up fully with a big yawn, stretching your back, and then your arms, and lastly your neck before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side as you swung your legs over to the side of the bed. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Cove slipped out of bed on the opposite side. Today would be your last day at Sunset Bird. The only thing that you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood. You figured you'd see where the day took you from there. Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes, and there was just one more day to live out your bag. Anything you want to see me in today, Cove? You're teasing at Cove, shaking his head, but then his gaze locked to yours, and his smile grew, and you raised a quizzical eyebrow. You already know the answer to that. An anklet? Good guess. Well, that's only second place. Really? What else have you ever said about that? His mouth curled into an enthused smirk. Cove clearly had some kind of setup and he was waiting for the payoff. Nothing. Oh. Oh! Now it made sense. Only this time the answer being a poorly worded deflection from a shy teen, it was an entirely literal statement from your grown fiance. An amused smile slowly grew ear to ear in your face. Oh, I'll keep that in mind then. Cove laughed boisterously at the reaction he got. Alright, let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you and Cove quickly finished getting ready in the small hotel room. As soon as you had your stuff together, ready to go, you were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit his dad's house first this time. When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped down into the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell onto your fiancé, and you stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together, while the summer sun made him shine, though he was the brightest light in your eyes no matter what. A playful grin spread across your face. It was a beautiful day and a beautiful boy. Cole strolled up to his old front door and casually flung it open without bothering to knock once again. You followed at his side as he poked his head in, closing the door behind you both. Hello? Found Cliff and Kyra in the kitchen, getting breakfast ready. Kyra was cutting an apple while Cliff was watching a frying pan sizzle. Cole's parents waved from across the room, not straying from their tasks. Good morning, you two. Yeah, morning and hello all. I hope you slept well. Morning, Mom and Dad.
Thanks.
Thanks for swinging by. You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast here, if you haven't already eaten, of course. Oh, we haven't yet. Though, even if we had, there's always room for more. Kyra chuckled, and she put the knife down in her hand so that all of her attention could be on her son. Oh, you're still my giant, growing baby boy. Mom, please. Kyra didn't pay Cove's whining any mind. Instead, she put a finger up to her lip as she thought her eyes on you and glimpsing towards the
What do
window.
you think?
I wonder. Do you think your family's eaten yet, Garnet? Oh, I'm not sure. Cove and I came over here first. Your eyes flicked over to the clock on the oven, and given the time, your moms might have already eaten. Or they could be having a slower morning. It was kind of a coin toss either way. Well, give them a call. They could come over. Cove nodded, a sage expression on his face. Yeah, making them breakfast is the least we could do after how much food I ate at their house growing up.
Right.
True, bud. Very true. Alright. You took out your phone, and even though your moms both had cells for years, the house number was the first one that you memorized as a kid and the first entry on your contacts list. So as the call connected, you tapped the speaker button. You figured it would be easier if everyone could hear what was going on. You heard a click and a familiar static.
Hello.
Hello, Garnet. It's nice to hear from you. Hey, Ma. Good morning. I'm across the street right now at Cove's family. They wanted to invite everyone to breakfast. You want to come over? Oh, that sounds delightful. Pamela and I can do that. Liz and Lee should be able to make it too. Would that be fine? Cliff took a step forward and spoke loudly so that his voice would be picked up. Yeah, it definitely would be. The more the merrier.
Marvelous.
We may have gotten together for dinner last night, but there's no law that says that we can't do it again for breakfast today. Enjoy the company while you can is what I think. Ma giggled, and you could hear some rustling over the line. Thank you. I'll let them know and be right over. Cliff gave a thumbs up. Cove shook his head with amusement. Dad just gave a thumbs up. I'm telling you because you can't see him over the phone. Kaya snorted, and Ma's laughter rang out, filling the kitchen. Cliff switched the thumbs up hand to instead scratch the back of his head.
See you.
Well, it seems like we'll see you soon. Goodbye for a little while. You could feel her smile from her voice. Bye, Ma. You ended the call with a satisfying tap of the red button. Cliff's eyes wandered about the space. We better get cooking.
Sounds good.
I can help. Me too. No way, you're a guest. Kyra and I have got this. She grinned, and there was something playful in the twist of her lips.
Right.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Cliff. I've been in your spot before. There's no choice but to accept it. Cove sighed, but from the sparkle in his eyes, you could tell that he was entertained. Fine, we'll just hang out over here, I guess. Good. Cove walked over to the living room and gestured to the couch. And Jameses, good morning, honey. How are you? Mwah. Happy Valentine's Day for Australia. Want to be mine? Yes. Oh, gotta stretch. But happy Valentine's Day, Jameses. Mwah. Hope you're doing goody. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Mwah. Hope you slept well. Hope you got plenty of sleep. Cove tilted towards his parents and his chin and shook his head with a gentle smile, silently asking if you could believe this, and all you had to return was a silent shrug. Time passed, filled with light chatting. Cove kept a careful watch on his parents' culinary progress, teasingly keeping a running commentary. Oh, and Dad added another pinch of salt. I wonder if that's a good idea. Cliff had to raise his voice to project over the living room, and it sounded very amused. It's funny that you of all people are commenting on my salt usage. We were both born and raised in saltwater. Besides, I'm sure you remember back when you were about 12 and tried to make... Cove flushed slightly, and his smile remained as bright as ever. You want to talk about all those cooking mistakes, Dad? Because I remember, like, a lot of things. Like, what about that chowder that was supposed to be a pie? Hold up. What? Huh? Ha? Chowder that was supposed to be a pie? How do you manage that? I would assume that the pie kind of fell apart. And so he boiled it and turned it into chowder, but like, how does that work? What's a chowder? Chowder is like chunky soup with more thickening agents in it. Like more flour. So it might be that the like he made like a meat pie or something. And it like fell apart too much. So he probably just mashed it up and like stewed it. I would guess. Added and because it's already baked, that you didn't have to put quite as much extra flour into it. At least that's the assumption. Cove and his family were quite the show to listen to, and you chimed in occasionally, but mostly you provided the laugh track. Eventually, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Oh, that's them! You said it loudly for his parents' benefit, and you nodded and got up to greet your family. When you opened the door, surprisingly though, there were no moms. Terry stood in front with Miranda at his side. Derek waved from behind them. Hey, buddies, we came to see you two before you left. The plan had been to go over to Garnet's house if you weren't here. Luckily, you two aren't too hard to find. What he said. And hi. Cove burst into happy laughter. His brows were high in surprise, not unlike how he looked after unwrapping a nice present. Wow, thanks for coming. Hello. Kyra's voice carried from the house to the kitchen. Cliff likewise projected. Great, the whole gang will be here. You heard the sound of a faucet cabinet open and shut, a pan clatter, and the faucet turn on.
Are we interrupting something?
My parents and sister and cousin are coming over to breakfast. They should be here in a few minutes. Yeah, but my dad always makes just a ton of food anyway. It's no problem if you guys want to join. Cove waved off their concerns before pausing with a thoughtful hum. The only real problem is, do we actually have enough spaces for everyone to sit? He peered back into the house, started counting the dining room table, the chairs, the bar stools. 5, 6... Cliff interrupted when Cove began to try to use his fingers to connect the different chairs to the different guests.
No worries.
Don't worry. Some people can squish together on the sofas. It'll be fine. This is really gonna be a party. Well, I'd be happy to accept the invitation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to be crazy to skip out on this.
Thanks.
Thanks for making room. We're really glad that you came. Your three friends piled into the house. Before they had a chance to settle in, the doorbell rang.
All right.
Only Miranda had just
All
sat
right.
down. Oh, now this has to be them. People laughed as he walked over to the door and opened it up. He was right this time. Your parents, Liz and Lee, all crowded on the front steps. They squinted into the house and were surprised at just how many greetings were said. The sheer force of the chorus of hellos was impressive.
What?
How did they beat us here? And like, how early did Garnet call you? We were literally across the street. Terry snorted at your sister's confusion, and he seemed quite pleased with himself. We were surprised. We called ourselves.
Cool.
Very cool. Cliff smirked as he adjusted the settings of the stovetop. It's a little more crowded than expected, but we'll make it work. Cove led the final group to complete the picture inside, and they took the chance to greet you alongside everyone else. When the excited energy buzzing around the table started to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view. The most important people in your life all together again. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then you noticed that Kyra stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfying smack.
Any whoosies?
Any whoosies, I hate to interrupt, but I thought you might want to know that the food's done cooking. Cliff crossed the floor to the place with the pile of silverware on the table, and then he dropped the stuff on the other surfaces around with the rest of the food in the living room. And when he was done, he gestured towards the food.
Okay.
The plates are in the kitchen. Serve yourselves and sit wherever you'd like. The guests happily formed a line. The meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat at the Holden living room area. Some at the table, others at the kitchen island, some situated at the couches. Conversations trickled across the various cluster of friends as everyone dug in. Cove finished his plate in record time with a pleased sigh, and he put his fork down and surveyed the room. This is really cool. Just how we're getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course, there'll always be more reasons to get the gang back together in the future. Yep, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary every year. The smirk on Liz's face grew only wider as your moms giggled at her teasing. Ma shook her head, chuckling softer now.
Shush.
Liz, shush.
True.
Honestly, we just might. You made a good point. It does come around every year. Oh, you should. Seriously, you deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. You've got a lot of people who want to appreciate you. You gotta give them a chance. It's true. I know I have a lot to be thankful for. There were more nods of agreement around the room, and your moms took each other's hands for support. Neither were expecting so much encouragement. We'll think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll tell Lonnie to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree. Pam.
Good.
Good job, Mom. But with that settled, let's continue and enjoy this perfect gathering. Wait. You want to know who else being here would make this extra perfect? As amazing as this was, you couldn't but think of absent faces. In seconds, everyone curiously turned their attention on you. Wait. Huh? Oh, no.
Good.
It's addressing very, very minor characters. I thought we had legit forgotten about someone. Agreed. There was a playfulness in Kyra's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Now that I think about it, there is something I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows were raised at Kyra's incomplete thought, and she wordlessly urged to continue. Man, I can't believe Cross forgot about that one person. Look at all the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't it be fun for all of us? Wait, what? Mom! Why would you say that? Wait, practically all of those are photos of me!
Very cute.
And that's exactly why embarrassing my baby boy is just one of the perks of being a mom. Much to Cove's dismay, his mom was thoroughly entertained at the outburst, and she winked in your direction. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up with a wave of proud affection for his son, and completely missed Kyra's teasing intent. Cove baby photos? Hell yeah, baby.
Oh,
I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in the pictures?
Yeah.
I am. Lee shot her hands up before Cliff could even take a full step. Terry and Miranda snuck each other a glance before nodding with matching grins. That sounds like swell.
That's fantastic.
That would be lovely, Cliff. Mom tried to hide her amusement behind her hand, but she couldn't stop the snicker that slipped out. Oh boy. I've seen them all before, but they never really get old. Really? Ooh, I bet there's some real gems in there. Lost Arks have quests that are just too short, dude. Please collect this holy thing that we'll use to perform this millennial ritual. I think, dang, that sounds important. I'm gonna search the entire map to help these people. Gets out of town, collects a random pile of dirt, quest completed, and you leveled up, bruh. Yeah, the quest structure is, it's a lot of fetch quests. And a couple of kill quests. But at least it's, like, I think the upside is that there are fetch quests and kill quests that, don't have you go, like, across, like, insane amount of map just for, you know, hammering in, hey, this is a big world, hey, this is a big world, hey, this is a big world. It's just a thing that you do. I prefer it that way. Although, not being able to get any EXP off grinding kind of sucks. You still haven't started the DLC yet, right? Nope, not yet, but also Ray Ray. Yahoo! Mwah. Hope you're having a good Sunday. How are you, cutie? I hope there's baby pics. Oh, don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Cove buried his face into his hands and sighed slowly, his shoulders deflated in defeat. About to do some homework before D&D? Ayo, nice, nice. Best of luck with your work. Hopefully, it's nothing. You get through it real easy. Let's go. Fine, we can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time? Yay!
Fun.
Yes. They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Smaller cheers from your friends and family worked their way across the room, and even you bounced up to your feet excitedly. Did you give Cove them abs? Hell yeah. No, he started with the abs automatically, but I kept them. Dad flipped open the faded album of physical pictures. He held it up to his face. The corner of his eyes crinkled, and though the book covered much of his face, you were certain he was smiling fondly. But that didn't really matter to himself for long, laying the family album on the dining table, and you and the rest of the family gathered together to take a peek. The first picture on the first page was Baby Cove in a cute little onesie. A beach bum shark. Oh, there were several coos and ahs in the group, and Cliff's eyes were shiny with tears as he sniffed. He's grown so much. Even as a baby, you looked unimpressed. Sighing loudly, Cove crossed his arms, and his pout grew worse, and it only put a wider grin on your face. He was a perfect match with the younger self captured in the image on the page. I don't think that's a problem only in Lost Ark. As for MMORPGs in general, I want to get invested in the story of the characters, but the game doesn't take itself seriously. They just want to make a quest maker game, like a to-do list instead of a game. I can see the argument for that. I am vaguely paying attention to the game, and the overarching story beats are interesting, but, like, it's really generic, and I'm not interested enough to, like, go out of my way to pay attention to all the nuances. You know? I've yet to do the wedding, so I don't want spoilers. Gonna lurk again? Hey, no worries, no worries. My baby boy was a very quiet child. I probably had a lot on my mind. That's never changed. And Froggy! Yahoo! Happy Valentine's Day, or happy early Valentine's Day, depending on if you're on the same side of the world as I am. But how are you? Hope you're doing well. Yahoo! What was there to think about? Snack time versus nap time? Cove scowled. Meanwhile, you and Kyra couldn't help but crack up the fits of laughter. I'm good? That's good. I'm glad to hear it. And after breakfast and the photo showcase, everyone decided to stick around. Hanging around Mr. Holden's house and turned into taking a walk around the neighborhood. And then lunch as you switched over to your mom's condo. My Venti cosplay arrived finally. Hey, yo, Pog, let's go. It was a really good time, enjoying each other's company, but eventually, the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay but your friends and family from going home. And inside your mom's house, the home you had been raised in, the group was taking their time to say their goodbyes. It was tough for you and your family and your friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood, that it might be some time before you'd even see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around again anytime. Ma wrapped an arm around Mom with a light chuckle. Mom leaned her head gently into her wife, and they both beamed.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taken to visit. I already made some adjustments so things can fit and stay in place. Oh, nice. If you feel comfortable with it, I would love to see some photos. Snorting, Liz crossed her arms, and she leaned one hip out to the side as her lips curled teasingly. You make it sound like this was such a struggle, but some of those people still live here, and it was a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful, and I hope that everyone has a safe trip back home. Kyra clapped her hand on Cliff's shoulder, and he was puzzled as she leaned in so that he could hear her. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. Hey now. Yeah, good luck with all the important grown-up things I'm sure you'll have to do with once you're out of here. Definitely. I'll give some updates next time anything exciting happens, or something lame so I can vent about. How nice. I'm glad, like, Lee won't be forgetting the little people. Never ever. I'll, like, keep in touch, too.
Very nice.
You better. Well, Me and Randy aren't going too far, so we can keep an eye on the town for the rest of you. Nothing will get past us. Right. We'll make sure that everything's okay. No need to worry at all.
Thanks.
That's very kind of you. Miranda and Terry gave each other pleased smiles, already committing to their self-appointed task, and Derek scratched the back of his head, wearing a pensive look. It's always sad when I have to leave this town, but it happens too often. But at least there's people looking out for Sunset Bird. That makes me feel better about it also. And after a pause, Mr. Holden gave the younger folks a thumbs up.
Great.
That's great and all, but you've got to be proud of. You've got a lot to be proud of, and a lot more to be looking forward to. Imagine playing Smash for like 2 days just because you want to replace your old high score with your favorite character. Numbskull, Yahoo! Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. How you doing, cutie? Well said, Cliff. I'm thankful that I've been privileged to witness the growth that you've undergone all these years. You've each matured beautifully. Cove was touched by his parents' words and struggling to come up with something to follow. Yeah. It's been good seeing everyone. No one had taken a step yet, and you couldn't really put it off any longer. Cross, can I say I absolutely hate specters and that they have Mihoyo force us to use bow or catalyst users? I wouldn't say that it forces us, but they've got ways of flying up outside of melee range, which stalls you out or makes you waste your time. That's the problem. I agree that is definitely an issue, though. I might say to pick up my cosplay later when I get a chance to put it on. Hey, I'm glad to hear that. That's good. I would love to see it. As a fellow Venti enthusiast. Coping. I'd be coping. Definitely not because Shin Megami Tensei 3 Genshin is Smash. There's definitely plenty of coping when it comes to Genshin. I think that game does enough coping for all other games in existence. I'm looking at you, Artifacts. I'll miss you.
Oh, thanks.
We'll miss you too, kiddo. Very much. Hydrospecters, those little self-healing bastards, once they get out of my reach, they just heal themselves to max HP. It's worse than hell. Okay, so the way the heals works is like this. They don't actively heal each other. When you kill one, it'll heal, I believe, the lowest health enemy within a certain range for 33% of their maximum HP. So when you fight Hydrospecters, when you're fighting a bunch of Hydrospecters, you only AoE if you're confident that you can take them all down at like the same time. If a Spectre's on the verge of dying, a Hydro heal will not heal them. However, if they drop an AoE water attack under you, it'll damage you, but it'll heal their allies. So, if you're a melee DPS, you gotta be fast. If you're a ranged DPS, you've got no problems. They'll never heal each other unless when they die. So, that kind of comes down to whatever you got going on. I still think that the fact that they ignore Venti ult is hot dog shit, though. It makes 0 sense. Yeah. Mom wrapped you up in a big hug, and then you felt the weight of another person in her arms, and you realized Liz got pulled in too. We'll like be back soon enough that you'll be kicking us right back out. Oh, I don't think that'll happen. I'd like to see you try to push it, though. It'd be funny. She held you both tighter for another moment before letting go. Afterwards, there was no more sniffling and hugs. A lot of hugs. Then people started trailing onto the street, seeing each other's off. Your friends and family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled in, you realized the sun had already set. Earlier, you and Cove decided on having a car pick you both up. Neither of you really wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It'd be kind of a little while longer before it would be there, though. It seems like that was kind of the right choice, though. Both of your parents shot you where you looked, and the four of you seemed ready to call it a night. It didn't take either of you or Cove very long to assure them that it was okay to head home and go back to bed. And with one more round of good nights and goodbyes, your families returned to the condos. I have like 2 unfinished clay projects and an unfinished school project that I have to get done. Oh dear. You might want to get started on the clay one at least, because you need to make sure you have enough time for it to all set and dry and so on. But everything else you can just go at your own pace. It's okay. You got this, Froggy. Mwah, I believe in you. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily while he waited for it to pass and stared up at the sky. The moment was comforting, but suddenly your face scrunched up, bemused, and there was something wrong, something that made you feel somewhat empty. And it dawned on you that Cove's wind chime wasn't here anymore. The feeling of the wind washing over the street just wasn't right without that familiar tune. But Cove had taken with him on the move. With a bittersweet smile, you knew that at least you'd be able to hear it again when you got home. The clay products are a venti lyre, ooh, and a moon figure for FNAF. Oh, and Polaris, yahoo! Welcome to the stream. Just playing a little bit of Our Life, while more than playing, just reading Our Life and just kind of vibing. Doing a little bit of very, very amateur VA work. Just relaxing. How are you, cutie? Mwah.
So...
Can you guess what I'm thinking about? Well, at that moment, you were in the neighborhood where you grew up together with some time to spare. Of course, just vibing. Yeah. Mwah. Shrimping more like? Eh? You rolled your shoulders back, pretending to crack a few knuckles. An amused look fidgeted on Cove's face while he observed you silently. Thank you for the head pats, Nova. Mwah. And Bocash, thank you for the head pats as well. Could you perhaps be thinking that the fireflies are out now?
Right.
Right. You want to go to that poppy hill before we leave? Always. There was an eager bounce in your step as you and Cove crossed towards the hill behind your mom's house. Side by side, you stared at the window view in awe. And as you imagined, the hill was dotted with the glowing firefly light, perfectly reflected the memories of childhood held closely in your hand. Cove sighed contentedly, and Izzy... Oh, gosh. Wait, what? What happened? That's weird. Polaris, thank you for the gifted sub. Somehow Izzy got it. Did Izzy's sub run out? Thank you for the gifted sub, though, Polaris. That's very sweet of you. I really do appreciate that. How did Izzy get it? Cove sighed contentedly. I guess it's sublapsed. I guess, huh? What chance was that? Very small. Well, subs do tend to prefer raiders as well as regulars. People who come by for a significant number of streams. So, I don't know. Still pretty small. Cove cocked his head to the side before his expression twisted playfully when he met your eye. You were about to prod him about what was on his mind when he took off running. I bet I'll catch one first. Oh, it's on! Kicking up a bit of dirt and leaves, you bolted in the opposite direction after a few fireflies that captured your attention. The first one that fled into your range, you dove for it. Did you get one? It escaped between your fingers, but that didn't dim a second of your fun. You shook your head trying to find your next target. The next one, I can feel it. Unless you're feeling my future victory. Out of the corner of your eyes, you watch as Cove spun nearly around, following one another, just staying out of reach. Chuckling, you crouched down low, searching the air. The pursuit of fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over one to you with a bright grin that could rival every twinkling bug and star around you. Cupped between both his hands, Cove carefully held a firefly. The corner of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that feeling of your hands, the way the firefly would buzz around, tickling the palms of your hands. Cove's eyelids fluttered open, meeting yours, and he watched you with the complex history of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history and memory. It's really a relief that I got to see the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. Yeah, I guess you're right. You spotted another firefly lowering to your eye level before looking up to the top of Cove's head, and it landed right on his hair. You smirked. What? You've got a very tiny firefly hat. I do. Before you could answer, the firefly took off and disappeared into the night, and you gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, that didn't last long. That's too bad. I'll remember him as my tiny hat forever. Me too. Fireflies, yeah. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next, and you waited for him to make this choice. It's so strange to not live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Bird, but, well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere. Or when both of our families took trips together, remember that? He chuckled, losing himself to fond reminiscing, and you couldn't help but to match his grin. I like that road trip a lot. Though, I don't think we could all squish into that RV again. We are way too big now. Laughing, Cove shook his head, his brow creased the longer he sat with the thoughts spinning in his brain. Those visits back then with my mom. I remember what a big deal they were like then. To be away from here without anyone else coming for a few whole weeks. Oh, how little I knew. What did you used to tell your moms about me? What mom about me when you were on those trips to see her? Thrown a little off kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting that question at all. Both of his eyebrows were raised, and a part of you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Honestly, I kind of kept wondering about it since I was 13. Kaya's kind of always kept the details to herself, though, and you never really said a word either. Mostly I'd tell her about times we hung out. And since you were obviously there when things happened, I didn't have to tell you too. Oh, that's true. But then, I'd be really enthusiastic about it when telling her about what happened, because, you know, you're an important friend to me. And the time we spent together was important. So I definitely would have been really embarrassed if I told my mom embarrassed my mom told you about any of that. I really appreciate that she kept it to herself. Oh, I think that's nice, all of it. Thanks. Thanks for telling me. Finally, Cove parted his hands and released the firefly back onto the hill. It flew up around his face before darting away to look up at the sky, but your gaze was fixated on him. There was a touch of wistfulness on his features as he watched the bug disappear to the night. It really wasn't until Cove turned his attention back towards you that the demeanor warmed. Okay, I'm ready to go now. Do we have to? You asked Cove with pleading eyes, and the smile on his face fell a little as he rubbed on his arm. I mean, our parents would probably be thrilled if we stuck around, but, you know, we really shouldn't. You're right, and I know you're right. But still, yeah, it's hard. And I'm just not ready yet. The corner of Cove's mouth pulled into a frown. He watched your shoulders slump with a sympathetic look.
Don't worry about it.
It's okay, Garnet. We've done a pretty good job of bookending things, I think. We've enjoyed this trip the best we could, right? He rubbed at his arm awkwardly, nervously waiting for your response. And you sighed. Well, you do have a point, but it's still sad that we're leaving. I don't want today to end ever. We can always come back, whenever you want to. We can try to make it work, I promise. Cove stood tall and studied you with as his reassuring words sank in, and you knew he meant every word, and you believed him wholeheartedly. Okay. With Cove right there alongside you, you made your way down the hill, and with the same stars above trailing the way, your last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost within a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Cove was with you there, his presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene, the logic of the conscious world melting around you. I wonder, how long have I been sweating as Joker? Sweating as Joker? Are? What does that mean? Are you living in a society? Is that what this is? You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permeated the room so thoroughly that you were sure that it was the middle of the night. Oh, I'm playing Smash as Joker. Ah, I see. And your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch onto. A smiling face cozied itself right above you, and there you were.
Garnet!
Good morning, Garnet. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. Oh, it's my dream come true. Naturally, you weren't surprised to see him, but that didn't stop you from enjoying it every time. And his expression softened at your voice, the tender affection in his gaze obvious despite the dim space. And you kissed him. Propping yourself up on your elbows, you leaned in towards to kiss him. Cove read the intent of your movement and bent down, meeting you halfway in a kiss. Would you have preferred me to wake you up by tapping on the window? Maybe. Cove simply smirked, amused by his own wit.
Come on.
Crayola clay is the only thing keeping me sane right now? Wait, Crayola makes clay? What? I mean, you really should have expected this was gonna happen. I did. I was waiting for it. Good. Glad it didn't disappoint. I'm guessing you woke me up for some reason? Are you ever gonna let me know? Well, this is our last day here. Everyone might be asleep, but if we get up now, we can at least see the neighborhood. Do you wanna? With you? Definitely.
All right.
Great. Then he held out one of those hands to help you get up too. You held out both arms, wordlessly asking for him to lift you up, and Cove complied, crouching down to scoop you before gently setting you down again. Before you could head out, you and Cove both needed to get dressed, and you did so quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant that your body seemed less coordinated than usual, each article of clothing more like a new puzzle, but you managed it. The two of you eventually were ready to head out into the wide world. Dawn still hadn't broken when you left the hotel, but it was easy enough to get a ride down to the Sunset Bird. The journey was peaceful. You might have expected sleep to attempt to claim you once again, with the sky so dark, but Cove's excited energy was infectious. Morning was finally starting to come over, and Sunset Bird as you arrived, almost like the sun itself wanted to be there to welcome you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. One more summer beach trip? You laughed, nodding to reassure him, as if there was any alternative now that you were here and he was looking at you so eagerly. Yeah, one more. You could have taken your time together, dawdling under the morning sun, or you could have taken the short walk at a regular pace, and both of those would have been just right for some other occasion, but this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. The two of you tore gleefully down the street towards the beach, as excited, as ungainly as a kid you had once been. You were laughing with joy at the absurdity of it all. Being here at the break of dawn with the boy you once discovered on the nearby hill who never completely grew up. And it was still early, so you did your best to keep the noise down, and to the side you saw Cove covering his mouth to stifle his own giggles, similarly aware of people sleeping in the condos around you. You thought of, if Crayola makes clay, then I guess we can call it Clayola. No, you're right. Clayola is fine. Clayola clay. Manga. You thought of what those mean old not grandparents would have said if they could see you now. All you could do was continue running and stumbling down towards the beach, away from the residents and the sleeping occupants. And it was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expansive ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes, strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged. The waves tickled his ankles. You got into the water with him. After slipping your shoes off, let the sea flow over you. It was cool against your skin, but not as cold when the wave pulled back and your wet feet were exposed to the air again. The two of you stood there, watching as the sun continued its ascent over the horizon. Silence fell between you until finally dawn had fully broken, and even then Cove spoke in a whisper.
Wow.
I can't believe it's over. How are we already at this point? It just went by too fast. A ghost of a smile crept over Cove's face, like the sun peeking out between the clouds of an overcast day. Cove reached out, enveloped your hand in his, pressing your palms together tightly. The silence returned just for a second. Oh. I'm glad we came this morning, and that we came on this whole visit back.
I'm so glad.
But more than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town, in this first place where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't have wanted any other life. You smiled at him. Cove looked over at you in the corner of his eyes, not turning his face away from the sea. His expression was full of affection, from the gentle curve of his smile to his clear, contented brow. There's nothing clear about that brow. It was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks.
I love you.
I love you. You counted yourself lucky. Lightning McQueen looking at his brow, exactly. Even though you were leaving now, this place had gifted you with so much that you'd carry with it wherever your life might take you. The memories you made, the lessons you'd learned, the people you built relationships with. You'd keep those pieces of your life in Sunset Bird forever. And you stood with Cove, silently watching as the bright rays swept across the last of the night shadows until the day truly arrived. What is this music? First time hearing this one. Your spirits were high. as the sun rose ever higher into the sky. The two of you have found yourselves meandering back to the neighborhood street on sandy feet, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. This is where it all started. You were compelled to look at that exact spot where you had first encountered Mr. Holden, sitting dejected on the curb. He wasn't like that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget the day it all began, just as you couldn't believe what an adventure it led to. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on that meeting had turned it physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Coase calling your name that you remembered when you were and realized what you'd done. What a present it was. A shining sun, clear blue sky, Cove, James Holden by your side. All the most natural things in the world. So, what's the next step? My Fizz Gene deals 10k damage with the charge attack on a crit. Is that decent? It's not bad. It's pretty solid. You watched Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from there. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he left. It's up to you now. You're giving me too much power. Aren't you worried about it going to my head? Cove smirked, shaking his head.
It's okay.
Nah, don't worry about it. I'm listening, so go ahead. His eyes met yours, holding your gaze. I believe in you, Garnet. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things that you just could count on to be constant. Cove, your family, his family, all your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it was just one of those things. Since the beginning. And always. Knowing that they were there and that you would never truly be alone made the future look all that much brighter. It's breakfast time. Want to grab something to eat? I want to go find somewhere private to make out too, but we should eat. Your early morning escapade had stirred up your appetite, and you were positive it would have had for Cove as well. Cove nodded, his gaze shifting from you to roam across the little places you'd both called home. There's still a lot that's out there in this world. Cross didn't go for the horny option? Look. Still, there are multiple body needs, alright? Okay? Shelter, water, food, sex, and sex. Alright? I still need to... I still need to deal with food and water, okay? It's still 1/3 of my... You beamed, his approval at your suggestion lifting your spirits ever higher. Your days of growing up in Sunset Bird have been so wonderful. Cross didn't go for the horny options, the end times are upon us! Even the prospect of leaving again made your chest ache, but you weren't gonna let that stop you. It'd be hard, but you knew that it would still be there, waiting, whenever you wanted to return. Facing Cove, who had been by your side through it all, you knew that one day, you'd look back on these moments now, just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood growing up here. Each happy moment that you experienced was only a memory of what used to be, but that's what life was. It was okay. And it was from the beginning and continuing that way for always. Life took another step forward. Oh, wedding DLC time. Oh, I'm excited. The water and food can fucking wait. Every time I go to school, I don't bring water until I get home and the gym is hard. Oh, no. Because you're engaged to Cove in this playthrough, you can choose to continue your story to the wedding plan event if you'd like. You can also make a save here and come back if you want to return to the option later on. Okay, let's make a save. No, wait, not here. Save here. And Tia! Yahoo! Mwah. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today, cutie? Welcome. How have you been? How did you sleep well? Hopefully you're feeling a little bit better in the morning. Mwah. Yeah, shout her out again. Do it twice. Shrimp for best girl, alright? Yeah, there we go. Alright. Yes, I want to play the wedding DLC. These events are set after September 4th, not specified when. It could be during that same summer, the next summer, a year in the future, springtime in California, etc. You can assume that the timeline is just whatever it needs to be to make sense for the choices that you made to progress the relationship. We hope you have a truly wonderful wedding. Let's go! Wedding DLC, let's go! Side by side on a purple-dyed faux leather couch, you sat with your fiancé, Cove. The air in the chic office smelled non-distinctly perfumed, though luckily it was a demure touch rather than smothering. A soft hum came from the air conditioning, gently flowing the scent around the room. It was the first time you'd ever been there, and you weren't exactly sure what that atmosphere was meant to comfort or impress visitors. For some reason, it wouldn't really make a difference either way. Like with your own partner, for example. Cove's hand was intently gripping yours, and you could feel him trembling and hear the squishing noise of the couch every time he shifted around. One part came from his usual nervousness over these kinds of matters, and the other part came from an almost uncontainable excitement for the same reason. This place was the headquarters of a well-known planning agency in the area, and this office belonged to their planner for a very particular type of special occasion. Weddings. You were here to plan your wedding together. Soon, he wouldn't just be your fiancé, Cove would be your husband, and on that occasion, there was going to be a ceremony, reception, everything. It kind of felt really natural to you, not really a super big deal to you. It was inevitable, just the next step of your long lives together. Today's meeting should be straightforward, introducing yourselves to the planning team, getting familiar with one another, and just going over the basics. The entire process would take multiple visits here and trips to other locations. Before setting up the appointment with the planner, you and Cove decided that you were going to set up the wedding in or at least near Sunset Bird. You just also had a good idea of who would be attending, how large the wedding needed to be, the few other details related to your lives together going forwards, and that was about as far as you got in the process of when deciding to bring in assistance. Honestly, you were kind of thankful you had a professional to do this with. And Numbskull, we'll see you later. Thanks so much for stopping by. You take care. Have an amazing day. Cove noticed the dreaminess in your eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted hopefully. His second hand reached over to clasp both yours and his. A metallic sensation pressed into your finger, the engagement ring secured on his left ring finger. Your feet shuffled against the black and white striped rug that covered over the center of the hardwood floor as you returned to smile back. Here we are. Here we are. It's really happening. His fingers squeezed your hand deeper into his hold. I'm not really good with, well, any of this, but I'm sure that whatever it ends up being like, it's gonna be amazing. It has to be, because I'm marrying you. Yeah, and hopefully you only panic a moderate amount along the way. Hey, I'm doing my best. I know. And there was a series of quick knocks. Your conversation stopped as you shared unsure looks at one another.
Huh?
Come in? In response to Cole's words, the shiny wooden door of the side swung open. Hello, lovebirds. Wait, is it Baxter? What? Baxter, yo! Hold up! Hold up! Standing in the entryway was a tall man about your age. His dark gray hair was swept to the side. On his neck was a very distinctive mole. His curved grin and brown eyes grew wide in sync.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Love would have been a lie if you two dolls had broken up. Ko stared while frozen in place, deer in headlights, his mouth open, then closed again soundlessly. Baxter? The former tourist stepped further into the room while chuckling.
That's wonderful.
I'm flattered you two people of excellence remember me too. And I didn't even have to dress in black and white. His style choices might have changed, but you realize now that the design of the rug might not have been entirely arbitrary choice. Oh, the rug was a reference to Baxter the whole time. I like it. You were tickled. He chose to waltz out of your life for forever, not to come back without warning. Oh wait, okay. Well, maybe is tickled bad in this instance? I'm confused. Killer Cat, Yahoo! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the folly. It was exciting to see him though. Like that's cool. That was an incredible, unexpected reunion. It's been years.
I know.
Yeah, it has been. Cove dropped his response heavily. And Killer Cat, thank you for the head pats. The tone likely would have been firmer if he still wasn't in disbelief that Baxter had reappeared in front of the both of you. As a wedding planner, of all things. Your wedding planner. What happened? No one's heard from you at all until, right now, I guess. Did you lose Garnet's number in a taxi? The more he spoke, the more of a sardonic edge caught up to Cove. Well, as professionally as possible, Baxter stood to the other half of the room and took a seat in the rolling office chair opposite the couch that you were in. He used the tips of his feet to smoothly twist the chair's position so that it faced you completely as he continued the reply. Just finished playing the Dungeon of the Salt Desert in Lost Ark and I really liked it. Yo, the one underwater was really good. I went to college, eventually graduated, joined the great wide career world, and grew up. And learned some more. Honestly, I'm still learning. To fully settle in, Baxter dropped an elbow onto that armrest of his seat and rested his cheek against his propped-up fist. That is the curated version. Life, however, is a wonderful journey. What is with this smirk? The words were spoken flatly, inauthentically, and punctuated with a dismissive gesture of his free hand. It was impossible to tell if the sarcasm was purely in response to Cove's own sharpness, but there was something else. And even Cove raised an eyebrow to see how clear that his displeasure was. Baxter was aware of the impression he was going, but only half shrugged with one shoulder over it. His eyes drifted away from you and your partner. Whatever the story was, you definitely weren't getting the full version of it. Well, I'm just happy we got to meet again. A bend formed in his brows, a small sign of regret. It is nice.
Now,
that's my introduction taken care of then. Let's swing things back around to the real reason you came. You're getting married. First, congratulations. You were given an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience of one. You know, Baxter never had found out about your proposal that summer night. You didn't see him in person again after it happened, and it never had a good chance to bring it up. How did the engagement happen? I must have been wonderfully emotional. A shame I had left town before I could find out. Cove cleared his throat in an attempt to distract himself from his own embarrassment. Well, actually, remember that night near the end of your vacation in Sunset Bird? We said goodbye and everything then? Yes, I remember that evening. Sometimes it does feel like it was only yesterday. Cove's level of humiliation continued to rise as he struggled to finally get Baxter back into the loop after so many years. Oh, hot guy now? Yes. And thank you for the lurk players. Night night, you got a good night's sleep? Sweet dreams, honey. Okay, cool. So, me and Garnet went to the Poppy Hill after that to hang out, and she proposed to me.
what?
What? The timing of your engagement genuinely stunned Baxter, causing him to drop his normal, unflappable poise. He leaned forward, enough to make his chair roll back. You got engaged that night I was still there? It was done when it happened, but, I mean, yeah, you were still in the condo. Cove's reply was still sheepish, almost apologetic, but he said it without hesitation. And with an amused shake of his head, Baxter rested back against the seat. You don't let anything stop you, Garnet. I can commend that. You've been engaged for a long time, then. That's... Cove cleared his throat in an attempt to distract himself from his own embarrassment. Poor Baxter, nobody told him! After it happened, we decided it'd be good to not rush anything else. And it's not like we could have afforded to hire someone like you at 18, right?
Understandable.
Ah, yes, I understand. That makes sense. Baxter slipped out a pen out of his jacket pocket, tapped it against the desk counter at his side, looked between you and Cove, satisfied. And thank you for answering. Considering that we've already acquainted, it should make the process that much easier. I'm sure that your special day is going to be one to remember. That VA, I'm dead. Yeah, it seems a little forced. It... Cove's uneasy single word was directed towards you. In a whisper, he elaborated on what that was supposed to mean. Are we really gonna go through with this? Having Baxter plan our wedding? I'd like you to. Cove quietly yelped, and it wasn't unreasonable that the person on the other side of the room could hear the conversation, but Cove had not expected him to answer. Oh, no, I mean, like, I think I could do it well. I can do it right. And there's very few weddings that I'd like to go see off go like a charm than this one. He spoke in a conciliatory way. Baxter's normal boldness was entirely missing while asking for this chance. His eyes just became super puppy-eyed. What the fuck? I fucking love it. What the hell? You and Cove faced each other on the couch. The softness in his eyes and the sloping of his eyebrows shared his thoughts without him needing to say a word. He was being swayed. You nodded to your partner, and there was a pause. Then Cove spoke. Okay. Bottom mode activated! While still on the couch, Cove brought his torso up to its full height and held his head high, the look on his face determined. Since this is the reality that exists now, I've got a question for you, Baxter. Yes? Cove's strong stance began to crumble as he shrunk back into himself once more. Is, your offer for dance lessons still open? Your new planner gasped before quickly settling into laughter with the clap of his hands. Of course. Always. That's a relief. I'm probably gonna need them.
I'm here if you need me.
I understand completely. I'm here for you. And you as well, Garnet, if there's a need. Yeah, you can tell that whatever mic they use to capture Baxter's voice for these small snippets of voice lines, something's not quite right. Something's missing. But it's also a $3, like it's also like a $3 DLC. I'm not really mad about it. It just seems off somehow. You weren't a super good dancer. You could use a little guidance. Yeah, probably working from home with his own mic, by the sounds of it. Yeah, I'd like that. Got it. That works for me. Now, he shifted closer in the rolling chair with a glint in his eyes that made him look a little bit more like the teen that he used to be. And butter, bro. Thank you for that, Pats. Let's roll up our sleeves and get into the details, which I do not mean literally. No need to crumple my jacket. But I am going to have to ask you quite a few questions.
All right.
I'm ready. So am I. To start with, have we thought of possible surnames? Yours, his, what are you imagining? I don't really care. I just want to marry her. Well, we have actually talked about it. Yeah, we're going with, both of us are gonna go with his last name, Holden. Good to know. Garnet and Cove Holden it is. Cove straightened up against the back of the couch, and you could practically hear his heart pounding over your names being said in that one way. Honestly, it made you a little giddy, too. The raise of Baxter's eyebrows revealed his amusement that your reaction to him was probably something mundane, but he was happy for you rather than mocking. And what about titles for the wedding? Bride, groom? It can be whatever you'd like, honestly. Can I be a groom?
Of course.
Of course, that's your day. He's the groom, I'm the bride. Wonderful. A bride and groom for the couple of the wedding. Okay, but how do I get the cross-marriage ending? A whoa? Alright. Valentine's Day DLC, baby Tia, marry me. Mwah. Start it right now. Or the egg boy marriage, I'm not picky. Baxter flipped open a notebook set on the desk. Can I get an idea on scale? Only an estimate. It doesn't have to be a complete guest list, and even if it was, you never know how many of these invites will accept the RSVPs. 3P ending? Ayo, Pog? Let's do it. 3Ps. Do we have to go Mormon for that? Do we need to be Mormon for the 3P ending? Don't stress too much over who's going to be in attendance.
Oh!
Damn, I guess I got left out. You want to join in? We can make it, make it a foursome. Cove stepped off the Cloud 9 he had been hovering off since the start of the conversation, planted himself firmly back on the purple couch in Baxter's office. 4P ending, the true ending! For sure, there's gonna be our parents, 4 of them, Garnet's sister, her aunt, uncle, and cousin. Some grandparents should be there too, but not like all of them. We'll have our friends, Miranda, Terry, and Derek. That's right, but I was actually also wondering if we could invite Jeremy. Cove laughed with his whole heart. We can try. I don't think he'll show up. Bax's eyes shifted from your face to Cove's and back again. It was sharp, like he was trying to read the room. A, co-worker of yours, I presume?
No.
No. We met him as teens, barely. We were 13, and he was, like, a little younger. He was horrible, mean, angry, unreasonable. But thanks to Shiloh, of all people, it's another guy we know. We met him again years later, and turns out Jeremy's okay now. He's still just more bristly than hostile. I actually kind of got attached even though we're not friends, because Jeremy's the kind of guy who won't describe anyone as a friend. Except for Pran. You both ended Cove's explanations with him and had matching spas with him to boot. Having to attend would kind of make him annoyed, and that's also kind of the goal. Hey, Rubber, what's up? How you doing? Marriage is fun? Hell yeah, baby. You've got some interesting relationships. I'll put it down, and we can certainly send an invitation when the time comes. It'll be up to Jeremy to decide what to do with the offer, though. Who else? You and Cove continue to come up with family members, friends, professional relations, and the like to make an estimated size of the wedding. All the while, Baxter jotted down the information like an attentive student sitting at the front of class. And those you most want and expect to be there, would any of them make up the wedding parties, or is everyone a normal guest? I guess we were thinking about having a wedding party. And
Right.
Magmuni, yahoo! Welcome to the stream. How you doing, cutie? He still has the wiggly eyebrows? Yes. Right. We haven't exactly picked who'd be in it yet, but we are having wedding parties.
Certainly.
Of course. What is a wedding party? I said yes because it sounds fun, but I don't know what the hell a wedding party is in this context. Let's discuss who's with who now. It can be an equal split between the both of you, but it's not a rule. If one of you has a bigger wedding party than the other, it's completely fine. It's all about the two of you, so you can do as you please. Tepidly, Cove offered his first thoughts on the matter. I don't know. Maybe it's embarrassing or even sort of dumb, but as great as my friends are, the person I'd want to be there as my best man is my dad. He's gonna be so happy to hear that.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we can offer him $20 to do it! Perfect. That'll work for sure! Having that close of a relationship with your father is a beautiful thing.
What do you think?
Garnet, do you know who will be the lead of your wedding party? The title isn't important. Best man, best woman, best person, maid, man, or individual of honor. It's all fine. Ooh. 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 Look, I would choose Liz, but low-key, I'm kind of shrimping for Lee right now. As my best woman. Very well. Anyone else in the party? I'm kind of good with whatever friends and family being in my party, but I'd kind of want the size of all these things to be sort of close. everyone would probably be in Garnet's party if there weren't more of a split, so if that's okay, there'd probably be 3 or 4 in the parties at most. You nodded in acceptance of Ko's request. Yeah, that makes sense. Great. For your own party, you chose, my sister, my Maz, and, okay. We gotta keep Terry and Miranda together, and they were Ko's friends first. Derek, It's a little awkward to have Derek on my side, because he literally proposed to me when I was like 13. I guess having my own parents is fine. Yeah, that's more or less everyone. And I'd use... bridesmaids is fine in this instance. Then my party is gonna be my mom, Kyra, Terry, and Miranda. Wedding crewmates, I guess. Bum 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 bum. Ba ba bum. Except you play the Among Us theme with wedding bells. Wait, we saw the bride vent. She's sus. I want a divorce. And with that, you successfully mapped out the members of your wedding parties. Perfect. I will make notes. The statement was made extra clear by the clicking noise of Baxter's cleanly tapping his pen on the armrest.
So,
On the topic of guests and that sort, are you open to the attendees giving speeches during the reception? We can make it so that only select people are arranged to say some words about the couple, or have a mic open for anyone interested in taking it, and discreetly circumvent anyone from gathering the attention in order to talk. I'd kind of be okay with anyone making a toast or giving a speech if they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. I mean, people are gonna tease us whether it's in the speech or not. Good. It's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding, though? Exactly. Alright? Also, I don't really believe in that good luck, bad luck stuff. Is that weird? It's like kind of all the same to me, in my opinion. You continued along casually, accepting all of your inputs. And are you thinking of writing anything yourselves for custom bows? Just remember, it's an option, not an obligation. There is no pressure to make a custom declaration if you're not comfortable with it. Oh. Honestly, the normal ceremony speech is kind of fine with me. That's a rich coming for literally fucking Kazuma? Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, alright? Would you be alright with only that?
Of course.
Oh, definitely. It's gonna be nerve-wracking either way. That doesn't make it any easier. Cove's eyes squinted from his cheeks as he smiled at you sweetly, but you were feeling butterflies already, so the vows hadn't even been said.
lovely.
Lovely. Just lovely. Baxter relaxed back in his chair, looked you above me over. His smile curved widely, and it was a look that made Cove nervous, and you could feel him begin to fidget uncomfortably at your side. And Unwanted Noodle, mwah, yahoo, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well as well. How are you? Mwah. Make sure you're taking care of yourself as well, cutie. And Skyly, mwah, welcome, welcome. Yahoo. Alright, gotta stretch, gotta... Ooh. Let's talk a little more about traditions and wedding norms.
To be honest,
We're all friends here, so, well, I'll be frank. If one of you sincerely asks to not get splattered with cake or for whatever else, and the other does exactly the opposite simply because they think it'll be funny, I will personally see it that your marriage ends. If you can't treat your partner and their boundaries with respect on their wedding day, you do not deserve them as your spouse. Naturally, I doubt that's going to be a problem with you two, but it is an occupational hazard.
in that case,
With that said, do you have any requests pertaining to either the ceremony or the reception? We can arrange for anything special that you do want included. Um, I kind of want to smash some cake. Cove can smear it on me too. Baffled, Cove gazed on you, fixed on you silently. He didn't appear opposed to the idea either, but he rocked with a surprised laugh. Are you really? Your grin grew in amusement at his stunned expression. He drew an X over your heart with a finger. Cross my heart? I promise not to make too much of a mess. It'll be fun. Okay, let's smash some cakes. It's ours. He added a quick amendment to that statement. But only part of it. The rest is for eating, right? Right, there'll be enough for seconds and thirds. The promise sold Cove completely on the idea. Very well. So what is this cake smashing thing? Is this an actual thing? Because if so, that's awesome. I love it. Baxter clapped his hands together, pleased with the direction of the conversation. That is another important detail well done. We should discuss who you'd like to officiate the ceremony with next.
I can do that.
I can arrange for a standard justice of the peace to be there, but if there's a pastor, minister, rabbi, or judge, or anyone else that you have in mind, please send me their contact information. Yeah, bride and groom are supposed to smear cake on each other's faces? Oh. That's cute. I like that. Preferably right away. I can work things out with them, so we're all set for the ceremony. Unsure of what to say, Cove glanced over at you. He scratched his cheek contemplatively. It doesn't really matter. I guess a justice of the peace makes sense.
Right.
Me neither.
Right. Right.
He shrugged, glancing over at you just to make sure. A simple justice of the peace was kind of all you needed. Wonderful. Then I will get that into motion right away.
Very well.
Now, have either of you considered how you wish to arrive for the ceremony? Will one come first and the other come down the aisle, or perhaps do you both want to enter together? What do you think of? He closed his mouth, thinking of the question, his eyebrows pinched together as he imagined the various possibilities. Would you want to do it together? I would. I'd love that.
Yeah.
Great. Cool. Exhaling his tension away, Cove closed his eyes, and a weak laugh rattled through him. I think I can handle that distance without my legs giving out from under me, especially if we're doing it together. Oh, I believe in you. Cove tried to suppress it, but he couldn't help but giggle at your firm confidence in him, despite the truth that you were both painfully aware of. Sighing, you watched him collect himself with an adoring smile. I do mean it. I know you're gonna try, and who knows, you might trip or I might trip. That's not really what matters. You're right, and I believe in you. Always will. I will too. Cove's face was a shade pinker from the conversation, but he was pleased with what you settled on, and you were too. Oh, that sounds lovely. Baxter clicked his pen before dropping his attention to his paperwork. He glanced back up, giving you his full attention.
Does that sound alright?
Oh, and are you intending to exchange wedding bands? It is possible to skip that. I mean, yeah, we got rings.
Of course.
Of course. We can easily save a moment for that in your ceremony. Also, I can't believe they got rid of I do's from a ceremony as whack. Wait, what? Since when did this happen? Isn't that a staple? And a small reminder. Couples generally take off wedding rings before the ceremony, just to wear the wedding band during the ceremony. Oh, thanks. You couldn't help but picturing the matchmaking wedding bands you had gotten together. They were... rose gold. And... Just a round band. Just something simple. It's just symbolize something. It's not meant to be a fashion statement. In my opinion. Yeah, if you want to also turn it to fashion statement, yeah, have fun. That's all the great for you. But for me personally, I'm fine with the meaning behind it, and that's all I need. You know? I feel like it's different for every wedding. Yeah, probably. I would say that it's definitely different for every wedding, wouldn't it? They were incredible, but before you completely lost focus, Baxter spoke up again. So, do either of you wish to have a bouquet? A small chuckle fell from Cove's lopsided grin, but Baxter was serious and waited attentively, and when Cove realized that, he shrugged. like flowers, but I don't really need a whole bouquet. Oh, don't be shy. You should have one, Cove. Seriously? The word punched him out in a stuttering sigh. And the longer you held him from under your stare, the more Cove's eyes widened in surprise, and his cheeks quickly burned a deep red. You more than like flowers, and it's your wedding. It's all right to indulge for the day. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, and you could tell that his resolve was crumbling. Yeah, I guess I could have one. Excellent. Let's talk about what it'll look like then. Would you mind if it had some white poppies? No, it needs those. Since the instant Baxter brought up flowers, you had been positive Cove was going to ask for those. Are there any others you'd want highlighted? Honestly, the white poppy should be the only focal point. White poppies it is, then. And they will be gorgeous. I just noticed it on a TV show a while ago, and I didn't have to yesterday, so, okay. Interesting. Did you get married yesterday? No, we're planning out our marriage right now. We're at a wedding planner. With that decided, Baxter picked up his pen again and took note of your specifications. Sadly wrote in as he wrote. Oh, I meant rubber cross. Oh, my bad. Wait! Rubber! What do you mean? Why did you tell me? Ah! Holy shit! Why? Congrats! The fuck, man? Hua! Congrats, Rubber! And Weep Cherry, yahoo! Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Sorry, I'm having a moment. Rubber, congrats! Oh my god, it's amazing! Oh, let's go. And mitochondria, yahoo! Well, since you're having that, that means that you have the option of a bouquet toss during the reception. Huh. That sounds kind of fun. What do you think, Garnet? Definitely, we gotta do it. Cove's grin curled excitedly. Baxter's gaze lifted from his notes. Marvelous. That is about all the basics sorted out, but we still have time to talk about the ceremony itself. There are vows, but from there you can personalize it with more rituals and such. If there's any particular tradition you'd like to have, you're welcome to let me know. That's why I was busy yesterday. It took basically all day. Yo, congrats.
Don't worry about it.
I don't have things I need. I'm not very traditional. I just want to have whatever Garnet hopes for.
Charming.
Yeah, normally that is kind of an all-day event, bruh. Charming. Garnet? What is Jump the Broom? Can there be a confetti tossing when we leave? That would be fun. He tapped his pen on the table twice. Well, I know the perfect place to get some then. It is biodegradable and also very nice. God, this wedding's so boring. It's been 3 hours. Come on. Oh, that's awesome. Yes, thank you. Well, anything else? No, that's kind of everything, actually. I'm not really looking for too much. Content with your wishes, Cove nodded agreeingly. Very well, then. So then that will be the ceremony. Now, any reception venue you choose will be large enough to have room for casual dancing throughout the evening. But I need to know if we should schedule any particular kinds of dance, such as the first dance between only you and Cove at the start, for example. Both of you turned towards each other curiously, a deep red blush across his cheeks when he felt overwhelmed. Cove's gaze dropped to the floor.
Well...
only if you're good with it. I would kind of want to have a first dance. Oh, I'd love to have a first dance with you too. Cove perked up at your answer. Despite being very nervous, he gave an eager shimmy in his seat. You beamed overjoyed with the idea of your first dance together as a married couple. What is a money dance? Do I want to know what a money dance is? Yeah, I want to dance with our parents as well. Oh, with each other's parents too. You dance for money cross. What? This is a wedding. I thought you'd be. Oh, you give money to dance with the bride or groom? What? That's weird, champ. That's weird, champ, to me. I don't know. Like. They have a pole in the middle of the floor? That's strange. A part of you could already imagine your mom's delight in taking turns and twirling Cove around the dance floor, but that wasn't your only reason for suggesting it. You'd like to have a special moment with Cove's parents yourself. It was kind of significant because they both welcomed you with such open arms. They've been kind, stable figures for so much of your life now. Well, I don't know if Kyra's been a super stable figure for me personally, because she's very sporadic in and out. But very kind, sure, yeah. You wanted to honor that. A rosy blush dusted his cheeks in a deeper pink. A parent dance. That'd be great, actually. Then that will be settled. Baxter continued to keep track of details, jotting things down on paper, kept up with the pace of the conversation with words and writing easily. Oh, and speaking of the ceremony and reception, that is my area of expertise. If you're going to go on the honeymoon afterwards, that is something I'd recommend perhaps a travel agent for. Or honestly, arranging between you two without any other middleman. Cove didn't blink at the caveat.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll handle that. And while we're here, it's just about the day of. I get it. Fantastic. Now, back to the wedding. You know what I want to see? Two strippers get married to each other. Professionals. And they have a tasteful clothed pole dance. Set up two poles next to each other. I just think it'd be hilarious. No, because, like, there are aspects of pole dancing that are honestly really neat. Aspects of pole dancing is honestly neat. Not even including the horny parts. Like, how the fuck you stay on that shit and spin without hurting yourself. That's honestly kind of remarkable. And it'd be kind of cute to see them do like a coordinated thing together. Now, back to the wedding. Do you have any sense of style that you're aiming for? Formal or casual? I thought you were good at sitting on things and spinning though. Ayo, like a Beyblade. Do you have any particular color you want for the wedding ceremony to wear? Are the clothes for the couple meant to be a surprise for the ceremony? Or would you prefer picking that out together? Beyblade, oh manga. I'm not sure. Also, what about hair? I mean, I can brush my hair back so it could be a bit fancier. Oh, if that's not important, I can keep it the same. Good question. What do you think on it? You considered the series of inquiries and responded by saying this. I was actually hoping, like, you know, it's still a wedding. It'd be nice if it was a little formal. Yeah, I can be formal for our own wedding. And, if the main color was pink, that'd be kind of neat.
Sounds good.
Also, I kind of want to surprise you with my outfit. That'd be nice. And I want to see Cove in a full suit. I do. Jacket, vest, tie, and corsage, like the full shebang. Yeah, I can manage that for one day, no problem. What about colors? I mean, you should pick the shirt color. But, the pants, yeah, the colors of it can be whatever you want. And Cove, It'd be wonderful to see you with a bit of a fancy hairstyle, yes. Okay, yeah, I'll do it. Excellent work. I know this has all been a lot of Q&A-ing, and there's just so much to consider for an event of this scale. Then Baxter's pen was placed back into the pocket that it had come from. He ran his now free hands alongside the smooth inside edges of his jacket.
Thank you.
Thank you, too, for being so forthcoming. I've got a strong idea of where this is going now. I'm already looking forward to the next meeting where we can truly get into the specifics. And, oh my god, gosh. Now that we're in Olympus, Sora, yuck. Strike me down, Zeus. Gosh, you don't have the balls. Yuck. God. Is that Final Fantasy? The one with the Goofy in it?
Oh?
That's everything? We're leaving? And Equinox, mwah. You little fucker. Adorable little shit, cute little bitch. Mwah. Hit rapper, the Goofy. Mwah. That's right, bitch boy. And he's coming for your pussy, mwah, motherfucker. Gonna make some scrambled eggs. Cause I fucking love you, bitch. Mwah. Little shit, little fuck. And I ain't never gonna stop loving you. Bitch. Mwah. When did you watch that video? Wait, which video? Which video specifically? That was a joke from a Pint video that had a yeah, I watched it like literally a week ago. It's so good. The one with the Goofy in it. I really like Pint's vids. Gift sub? Why am I not subbed? I think I think you got gotted randomly in the middle of like a rollover. Goofy's head on Cloud Stripe's body. Damn. Masterpiece. Yes, you can go. Pint's editing is honestly god tier. Yeah, I agree. Or you can stay if you want. That's the end of the actual session, but, well, I'm not throwing you out. That's alright. Bye. Cove awkwardly waved Baxter's off despite being seated and not going anywhere yet. He had gotten so into the discussion for the wedding, he'd forgotten his usual stiffness around Baxter for a time, but that spell kind of broke. Baxter accepted the answer as you pushed off the armrest of his chair to stand up straight. You and Cove followed his motion, getting up to out of your own seats together. The wedding planner took one stride closer to the center of the room and reached out his hand towards you. You shook it. Nah, give him a hug. Come on, get over here. He smirked, letting you wrap around him, and he patted your back rather than giving a complete hug himself, but he liked your version of a farewell interaction just fine. I'm expecting special treatment because we're such great friends, you joked.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for today, Garnet. I'm glad to have seen you. I keep confusing Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts. What's the difference? There is none. Goofy is in both. No, one has the Goofy and the Donald in it. The other is pure, free of Disney products. Final Fantasy has good stories you can follow. Kingdom Hearts has good stories that you need a PhD in quantum physics to understand. Honestly, I like Kingdom Hearts. I do. But, I'll say it. Its story is too complicated, and it makes it trash. It's needlessly too complicated. I like it, but it's garbage. Somebody's got to say it. Take care, Baxter. Thanks. And the same to you. You've got a wedding to be ready for. Don't forget to look out for yourself and your fiancé. I'll remember. The two men released each other's hands, settled the agreement to take the chance, and put out a new foot forward in their relationship. And with that, the two of you found your way out of the office building. The pop and subsequent click from the opening and closing of car doors played out of sync between you and Cove. And Yaga, mwah, thank you for the head pats. Hope Art's going alright. Mwah. Then he buckled in for the ride back, and Cove commented on the experience. The sentence was hesitant and had an upward bend that it made sound a little like a question.
So,
So, that went well? Before you could respond to the not exactly a question statement, Cove continued on with a new actual question. I mean, we got Baxter Ward as our planner somehow, but he seems good at what he does, right? He put his hands on the wheel and peeked at you through the reflection of the overhead mirror. Just as long as he doesn't suggest a monochrome color scheme.
you're right.
Yeah, exactly. Cove pulled out of the parking lot as he spoke. The wheels rumbled easily down in the newly developed city streets of the area. But that was about the end of Cove's attempt at conversation making. He went entirely quiet. The pensive look on his face didn't really allow you to relax into a more comfortable silence. I keep thinking Cloud is from Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. Cloud and Goofy are brothers. That's the thing, right? It's because they're siblings. Cove, are you okay? Cloud is in Kingdom Hearts though? Yeah, he is. His mood easily picked back up at the sound of his name. Oh, forgetting all the Baxter stuff, I'm just really happy we're doing this. Sometimes I still can't believe we're gonna be together. We're engaged and soon we're gonna be married. It's incredible, and it never stops feeling like that. I don't think I'll ever be used to it. Not really. Yeah, Cloud is a pretty important character for Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. I don't know about 3. I just got sick of 3 halfway through. And Izzy, adorable little fucker, little trash baby, little shit panda. You better fucking watch out. Then I'm gonna take some shots, pepper you with my love and affection, my little shit, my little bitch boy. Just cause you fucking remember, little cute bitch, little shit. That I love you, bitch. Yes, okay. So, Cloud is a important character for when you visit effectively Olympus in Kingdom Hearts 1, because he's from one of the Lost Worlds. He got displaced and ended up at Olympus. In 2, he's back in Hollow Bastion, which was restored into Radiant Garden, and Sephiroth plays like a big hidden boss role. And not only that, but you meet Tifa while she's looking for Cloud. So they are definitely connected. Except in Kingdom Hearts, in Kingdom Hearts, Aerith is being cucked from Cloud by quote unquote Leon, aka fuck, I forget his actual name for Final Fantasy VIII. It's a little fucky, more than a little fucky. Squall, yeah, exactly. I don't know why he wants to be called Leon for no reason. It makes no sense. He wants to be called Leon. Cause he's a lion? Even so, It's like living an incredible dream. I need to fix this. Thanks, Izzy, for the sub continuation. Mwah. His cheek squished from his eyes on the side of his grin. Nothing could stop him from looking forward to the upcoming occasion. Leon! Help, Leon! Leon! My ass is too fat to fit through this vent, Leon! Leon, what are you doing? I'm not sus, Leon! Stop putting me in the airlock, Leon! I'm dummy thick and I keep alerting the cultists, Leon! Finally, the lack of words and the right between two of you took the chance to let the day sink in the best you could. I miss one payment, it strips me of my tier 3, the fuck? It's all goody. It's alright. After all the years you've known Cove, you knew that you were going to have a wedding with him. The seniors slipped by faster than your eyes could keep up as you got further and further into your own thoughts. Then suddenly the day ended, and you were drifting off to sleep in Cove's arms. It was early afternoon when you stepped outside, breathing in the good weather. The gentle breeze warmed your skin while you waited for Cove. He wasn't really far behind, but that was still a serene moment to watch the puffy white clouds move along in the sky. And you were grateful because the second you both hopped into Cove's car, your brain was filled with the brim of wedding planning once again. Before you could progress any further, you need to cross one of the more important things of the list, officially putting the wedding party together. This was the goal for the day. Despite the nervous energy fluttering in your stomach, and you were already anticipating the stops and the phone calls planned, peeking over at Cove, you hoped he was too.
Are you okay?
Doing alright, Garnet? I have high hopes for today, and that's scary, but otherwise, I'm okay. What about you? Cove turned away while his eyebrows pinched together. Professor Laventon is Leon's ancestor? No. No, no way. Ew. Ew, Laventon though. Tense, but good. Better than good, really. I'm excited. Laventon's from Galar? I know, but that doesn't mean that he's a direct ancestor. Well, knowing Nintendo, it could be. I don't know. They don't look similar at all, though. They have, like, no appearance similarity. Unlike all the other characters. All the other characters look exactly like their fucking descendants. All the other characters look exactly like their descendants, but he doesn't. He doesn't look like Leon, so I don't think so. Yeah, but she's literally got the hat and everything. She looks just like Clay, but younger. So, it won't let me tier 3. What the fuck is with this shit today? It's because you currently are under a gift sub. And so it won't let you upgrade the gift sub. Twitch is really weird about that. Twitch is just really weird about that. It's okay. You'll just have to wait for next month, Izzy. It's fine. I'm sorry, Crossplay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I love you too, baby. Mwah. Tense, but good. Better than that, I'm really excited. Me too. Every time you imagine the conversations you've had today, they all boil down to the same feeling. Joy. The people you picked were all important figures in your own lives, and, well, you really couldn't wait to see how they take the news. Cove nodded, added a happy hum in response, and with that, you were on the road home. Naturally, Cove navigated the car towards the old neighborhood, and it was soothing, winding down the familiar paths of your childhood. You'd spent many years expanding your world little by little on foot, and then by car, and the older you grew, the further you went, there was always a place back there for you. Cove parked alongside the upper end of the street. Side by side, you headed out, aiming for his dad's condo. In your first visit for the day, Cove wanted to ask his father to be his best man, and you'd be there for him. And enjoy your walk, Izzy? Mwah. Cove's newly outstretched hand was halfway to the doorknob when he paused uncharacteristically. Actually, I'm gonna knock. I think he'll just be happy to see you no matter what. The warmth intensified on Cove's expression, and his hand changed the direction, so he gave the door 2 firm knocks. It didn't take Mr. Holden too long to answer the door, and his initial shock quickly melted into a cheery grin.
Come on.
Hey, come in, come in. His attitude bounced back and forth between you and Cove as he moved aside to let you stroll in. Hey, Dad. How are you?
Great.
I'm great, sport. Cool. Well, Cove stalled, bashfully staring down at his feet, rubbing the back of his neck. You knew just how important this was to him. Damn, Cove got hot? Hell yeah. He took a deep breath and didn't wilt under his dad's growing concern. So, Garnet and I were talking about the wedding, and I realized I needed to ask you about something. I'm all ears, son. Whatever you need, I'm your guy. Cove swallowed nervously and nodded. Then the corner of his mouth started to perk back up. I was wondering if you might be alright being my best man in the wedding party. Mr. Holden slammed a hand to his chest, clutching his heart, and he waited for any sound of life. A part of you was unsure if he was even breathing until he finally gasped in a lungful of air.
Are you sure?
Cove, you don't have to do that. Cove's eyes bent up, but the delicate smile grew wider. Nobody's forcing me. This is what I want.
That's...
Dad, you've always supported me. For the good and the bad. My whole life you've been taking care of me. His expression was earnest as he stepped forward, and your chest swelled with pride, listening to Cove's honest plea. Why would I want someone else to be my best man? Completely touched, Mr. Holden grasped his son by the shoulders and wrapped him up in a hug. Cove embraced him just as tightly, rested a cheek on his dad. There is nothing in the world that would stop me from being there for my boy.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dad. Sniffling, Cove's voice came out softly and laden with emotion. With teary eyes, Mr. Holden invitingly reached an arm out to you, and you joined them. That simple invitation instantly had your vision clouded with tears, and the Holdens all really truly felt like family to you. And right now, it really settled in how much all of you were now, without question, family. Inching forward, you let yourself be pulled into their loving embrace, and you clung onto them both. Finally, Cliff pulled back, letting his shaking form settle again. Well, I'm sure you're both busy, so I won't keep you. Mr. Holden crossed his arms, and despite the misty eyes, he beamed, taking the sight of you and Cove. But I really appreciate you both coming by, and I'm around if either of you ever need anything. Thanks. We plan to invite the rest of the wedding party before we see the wedding planner later. You were our very first stop today. Mr. Holden managed to brighten even more upon hearing that. Cove shyly nodded and rubbed his arm.
Nice work.
Very good. You're being so responsible. I won't hold you up on your way. Thanks, again. I guess we're on to the next stop then. You glanced over at Cove, and he nodded surely, and you felt a calming surge of confidence. Have fun spreading the good news. We will. Bye, Dad. See you soon. The sun was warm on your skin as you left Mr. Holden's house. Stretching your arms overhead, and you pivoted to Cove, feeling refreshed. Ready?
Come on.
Yeah, let's go. You moved your attention to your mom's place, and right in front of you both, you pointed at the house. We're already here. Stepping up to the condo, you rang the doorbell and waited. The longer you stood there, the stranger it felt. Because this still felt like your own door. The expression on your face pinched together oddly, but it was shortly lived as your ma swung the door open and validated your thoughts. Oh, hello. Oh, sweeties, welcome home. She eagerly ushered you both inside to the living room, and the ma then went over to the hall and cupped a hand to the side of her mouth to be heard in the other room. Pam, come see our guests. Mom curiously peeked out of the bedroom door, and when she realized who it was, beamed up and gave you a little wave. Hey, kiddos. Hi. Hi, I missed you both. Your mom's expression softened, and Ma joined you all in the living room, standing alongside Ma.
How are you?
What can we do for you today? We've been working on some wedding preparations, and we were hoping to include you in that.
Oh.
I wonder what that could mean. Ma raised an amused eyebrow and then turned to Mom. Shyly, Cove glanced at you, wordlessly asking for you to take the lead here. Mom and Ma, would either of you want to take a part in our wedding? Cove and I were hoping that Mom would be a bridesmaid and Mom and Ma would both be bridesmaids for me.
Of course.
Of course. Ma excitedly looked towards you, to Mom, then back again. She was thrilled. If you want me as a bridesmaid, then I will. All I want to be there is for my child's wonderful, very special day. Mom stepped forwards and I put her hands on her hips. She beamed proudly. You bet, Garnet, whatever you need, because out of all my kids, you're tied for first place. Tied for first! There's only 2 of us, Ma! Hanging your head, you buried your face in your hands, and your mom chortled, extremely pleased with her own joke. Teasing aside, Garnet, you've made me very happy. A small relief sigh took away the remaining worries twisting in your gut. That went better than you thought it would. A silly, sweet grin spread ear to ear on Mom as she swayed gently where she stood, and she peeked at Mom.
Nice.
I can't believe it. I'm in the same party as Noelani. That's so exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello, miss. It's so nice to see you here. How long have you been at this lovely party? Mom placed a hand over her heart as she spoke. They both had pink cheeks from laughter, pretending they were hanging out together at an actual event. Everything was so much sweeter knowing that your moms were thoroughly enjoying this. Spying on Cove out of the corner of your eye, you caught the fondness he exuded while watching you in return, and he seemed just as pleased with your mom's reaction.
In that case?
Okay, well, we'll let the 2 of you go along with the rest of your planning. Thank you so much for surprising us with this. Mom brushed back her hair, observing you both affectionately, and Mom nodded in agreement. You've got a lot to do, but I'm sure you'll be able to hack it. Oh, we will. Just prepare yourself for the best wedding you've ever seen. We're waiting for it. Right, Lonnie? Yes, we're waiting, expecting nothing but great things. Thanks, you two. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we appreciate it so much. The tips of Cove's ears were red, but he did his best to be unruffled under your mom's stares, and he nodded with a warm smile. Bye. Goodbye. See you around. After that, your moms walked you to the door, and you and Cove stepped out into the neighborhood, ready to tackle the next task on your to-do list. With one last glance around the neighborhood, you silently said goodbye. There were just so many things to do today that would require hitting the road again. Humming to yourself, you watched Cove bring the car towards the city, and your next visit would meet up with Terry and Miranda in their neck of the woods, and you couldn't wait. You did tell them in advance that the wedding planning was bringing you and Cove out that way, so your friends were expecting you today. But as far as you knew, they didn't have any ideas what you're prepared to ask. Pulling into the parking lot along the street, Cove was in high spirits. He eagerly hopped out of the car, and you caught up to him with light steps. You weren't that far from the car when you heard familiar friendly shouts, and you spotted Terry and Miranda running along the brick path to meet you and Cove halfway.
Hey, buddies.
Hey, buddies. It's so good to see you. Hey, long time no see. You and Cove hurried over to meet up with them, and he waved widely. Hey, thanks for coming down. Garnet and I have something to tell you about, and it's really nice being able to do it in person. Neither of them dared to interrupt, but Terry and Miranda did share a silent look. They seemed eager to know the details. Terry, could you be a groomsman in my wedding party?
Finally.
Yes, I made the cut. Thrilled, he threw a satisfied fist in the air, and Terry's grin stretched from ear to ear. I think that's a good sign. Yeah, we did good. We did a good job in deciding the party. Teasingly, you continued to scrutinize your friends, and Terry crossed his arms defensively. I'm a groomsman, and you can't take it back. It's set in stone.
I mean...
We could take it back. No! Cove snickered, leaning towards you. And then Cove's attention moved to Randy, and you watched her eagerly in anticipation. Miranda, it'd also be great if you could be a groomswoman at my party. Her eyes darted from Cove, then to you, then to Terry, and back to Cove again before she believed that all of this was actually happening.
Thanks.
Yeah, I accept. Thank you so much. That would be wonderful. They all look like they'd poly banging. I'd be okay with that. I'd watch it. Cove put out a hand to his chest and let out a small sigh of relief. Go Team Cove!
Yeah.
Yeah, Team Cove forever.
Hey!
Hey, Garnet's party is just as good. I am marrying Garnet, remember? We like her. I think we're all just one big team. Yeah, exactly. A warm blush rose on your cheeks in the sincerity of Cove's voice. Terry and Miranda turned to each other and smirked. Team Garnet and Cove's wedding forever. Terry put his hands on his hips and nodded sagely.
Agreed.
That's the truth, Randy. Seriously, thanks for this.
Yep.
Yep, it's super nice to include us into the wedding parties. Of course. We couldn't imagine having the wedding any other way. Team Uwu? Thanks for meeting up with us today. Oh, it's nothing. But you'll probably have to get going now, huh? Yeah, we gotta meet with the wedding planets pretty soon. The Baxman. With a curt shake of the head, Cove rolled his eyes, completely unamused, and Miranda's brow furrowed. Wait, I thought you were like joking when you mentioned that. Is he really planning a wedding? He is? Wow. Oh, wow.
Preposterous.
I remember we were all here watching free-range fireworks, and now you two are getting married and Bax is the ones planning it. That's preposterous. Yeah, it's definitely something, but it's what we're doing, and we're gonna do it now. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arms, and understanding, Terry gave a thumbs up. Safe travels. Bye, have fun. Thanks again, we'll both see you too soon. Terry and Miranda remained on the walkway while you and Cove returned to the car. And when you were alone again, you spoke up. Well, we met for a very short amount of time. I thought we'd at least get like a meal together or something. That was good. Yeah. He wasn't facing you, but you could still admire the happy curve of his lips. It was nice to visit your friends for a little bit, and it was even better to have another thing set for the big day. With a determined stare, Cove pulled out his phone, plugged in Bax's office with the GPS map, and once it was all set, he put the car in drive, and you were both on your way once more. While Cove drove, you pulled out your phone, scrolled through your contacts list. The rest of the task would have to be done long distance, so you turned up the speaker and made the call. Dialing up your big sister, you set the phone to speaker, and you were already expecting the inevitable joke she'd have up our non-sleeves. Hello, Garnet. Like, what do you need to inform me of? Hi to you too, Liz. Hi to you too, Liz. Oh, hi, Cove. This is, like, gonna be good. Liz's intrigued tone became teasing, realizing she was on speaker. I guess you can't even pretend to have a normal conversation first.
No.
No. You're planning a wedding. You have to have something to worry by now. You could tell by the way that Cove quietly took a deep breath that he was conflicted, and in your gut you knew that he wanted to admonish her and shake his head, but she wouldn't see that. I'm so glad my big sis is on the ball. So you do have wedding news to share. And Cove and I were hoping that you'd be a bridesmaid for me. Oh, I knew it. The only reason that you would both be calling like this would be to ask something like that. Yeah, you're very clever for cracking the case. Oh, that's correct. It makes sense, and of course you'd like a request for me to be involved with the wedding. Liz cracked up over the line. She needed more time to collect herself, but when she did, she spoke up more earnestly this time.
Thank you.
But that aside, honestly, I'd love to be your bridesmaid. Thank you so much for having me. No, thank you. This means a lot to me, sis. Me too, little sister. I'm glad that you're going to be a part of this too, Liz. If it's natural that you'd been there all along, for better or for worse.
Rude.
But fair. I'm looking forward to it.
Cool.
Cool. We gotta go and do more wedding things, so I'll talk to you later. Keep me updated. Bye. Bye, Liz. And with that, you can happily check off another box to your to-do list. That was another invitation sent and accepted. Man, this is long. Which is good, but dang. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person, then in your mind, hit the call button and waited. Eagerly, you waited for your cousin to pick up. Cove noticed out of the corner of his eye that you positioned the phone a little further away than normal, and he nodded in agreement with that decision.
Hi.
Hey, Garnet. How's the wedding planning going? Any news? Here we go. Despite his amused tone, Cove still held the wheel more firmly, bracing for the volume of the coming conversation. Lee was clearly already excited for any potential scoop. Oh, was that Cove? Hi! Hi, Lee. She uncharacteristically remained silent after the greetings, waiting patiently for what this was all about. Hey, Lee? Yeah? Would you be my best woman? She gasped dramatically before launching into a series of high-pitched questions.
Seriously?
The best woman? Me? Seriously? You chuckled at the comparatively quiet, but definitely, you chuckled comparatively quietly. Definitely glad that you chose to keep up the phone at a distance. Yep, Lee, you. There's no one else I'd want to do it with, Lee. For a long time, when you were thinking about your wedding, Lee was always there cheering for you, and you knew that this was where you wanted her. Seriously, I can't imagine the day without you as my best woman. Totally, yes, I'm in. You know I am. Yes. Oh, I'm still so just stunned about everything. My cousin's getting married. This is gonna be so amazing. Thank you, Lee. We appreciate the support. Oh, that's what family's for. I'm only just a phone call away. Thanks, Lee. We still have some more wedding-related things to do, so we'll pick this up later. Works for me. Oh, good luck with the planning, and I expect a detailed report face-to-face soon. Of course. Bye, Lee. Bye, Garnet. Bye. I'm still here. I never forget you. Bye. Energized, you hung up already, awaiting the next time you'd see Lee in person. And stretching out your arms, you pleasantly took in the world rolling by the window. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind, and you hit the call button and waited. Staring at Kaya's name, you hoped that she wasn't too busy. She luckily picked up only after a couple of rings. Hello, Garnet. Hello, baby. Hi, Mom.
Huh?
Hi, Mom. How'd you know I was here?
Come on.
Since when are you ever far from Garnet, especially with what's been happening lately? Yeah. How are my best kids doing? Good. Really good. Garnet and I actually have something that we wanted to ask you. Oh, I'm all ears. I was hoping you'd be a groomswoman at my wedding party.
My baby.
Oh, my heart. Yes, of course I'll be your groomswoman. You can count on me.
I'm so glad.
Thanks, Mom. Yeah, thank you so much. That's what I'm here for. We have to keep going for more of the planning, but we'll talk to you later, okay?
Makes sense.
Oh, good luck, my babies, and take care. I'll see you both again soon. Thanks again. Bye. Bye, Mom. Cove was elated when you ended the call. One more successful invitation was checked off the to-do list. Leaning back in your chair, you finally put your phone away and slid your attention towards Cove with an easy smile. And the high excitement was fading and leaving a comfortable tiredness in its place, but you wouldn't trade the joy and support you got today for anything. Cove gave a little cheer over your mutual success.
Yeah.
We did it! We got the wedding parties! Cove didn't take off his focus from the road, but you could hear every little bit of relief in his voice, and the corner of his mouth curved. I mean, it's not exactly surprising that things went fine, but it's hard to act casual about any of this. You wouldn't be Cove if you weren't panicking just a little. Thanks. Thanks. The flat tone of his voice sent you to a fit of giggles, and he couldn't help but join you soon after. Don't worry, you're not the only one.
All right.
Okay, let's hurry to Baxter's office. There's a whole rest of a wedding to plan for. Right. A new day, another visit to your new wedding planner came down like a rushing river that was your life at this time. You, Cove, and Baxter were settled into the same spots at the assignment prior, but there wasn't any of that initial shock, and instead, things started off with more of a simple greeting. Hey, we have a wedding party now. Everyone we wanted accepted. Oh, well, you work faster than I do. Wonderful. I'll check it off and then we can move fully forward. I hope you're excited. Could it be more? Cove stutteringly giggled over the conversation.
Me too.
Me too. Well, he pulled out his pen while crossing his legs in a fluid motion. Our company has its own in-house photographer for your event, so that is taken care of. But there is meal catering, cake, and any other dessert you want. Oh, I want a cake. Baxter coyly grinned at the abrupt interruption, unbothered. I'm sure you'll get your treat then. Along with those are the outfits you both, outfits for you both, and you'll naturally need to decide where the ceremony and reception will be held. If you're feeling unprepared to make the call on any of that now, we could always start with the dance lessons. What are you feeling? Knowing where the wedding is going to be is pretty important to be done, but on the other hand, it's such a big thing, it's kind of intimidating to think about. Cove tilted his head back and forth, mentally working through his opinion on the matter. Baxter watched the struggle for a moment before bringing it back up. Got it? Any thoughts for your soon-to-be husband? I think putting the venue down first is the most important. We really shouldn't put it off.
Yeah.
Baxter rubbed his hands together and grinned at you.
Absolutely.
All right, now we're getting serious. Cove gulped, and his Adam's apple briefly retreated up to his chin, as if afraid, but he nodded his assent.
All right.
Darn, it's right. We should decide this. His eyes met yours as he bobbed his head again. Let's do it. You sat up straight, your back tearing away from the comfort of the sofa's cushioning, as you ready yourself on such a critical discussion in your wedding preparation. Here we go. Good. There are stunning buildings in the area, which used to be private locations, but have since opened up, specifically for wedding ceremonies for any couple that would like to make use of them. Naturally, there are also plenty of commercial locations which can host a full-size party after your reception. His mouth twisted into a sly smile. Or if you prefer something outdoors, there is always the beach. He chuckled, fully aware of what an obvious suggestion that was for his current clients. You could go for a spot that could both hold parts of the wedding. That is entirely one location, but there's no harm in making a little trip for the ceremony to the reception afterwards either. It's entirely up to you. He held up a hand, stopping himself from mid-flow, but continued to smile wryly. Are you planning on finishing the DLC today? I don't know. I want to at least get the location venue hammered out. I don't know. We'll see where this goes. But I don't wish to get carried away in a preamble. Where would you like us to start? He leaned in, not planning on missing a single word. The hand which held in the air was now propped against his chin. Let's figure out where the ceremony's held first. Yeah. He bit his lip before speaking again. His voice was soft and sweet, but a little sheepish. That's kind of the one I'm most excited about, too. Gladly. He relaxed back into his rolling chair, took out a phone with one hand while extracting his pen with the other.
I can do that.
I've got photos of the places I mentioned, so I'll let you actually get a feel for the scene. Baxter tapped away at a screen, pulling up previews of potential ceremony locations for your wedding. While he was partially preoccupied with that, he rattled off the specific kinds of locations you could use. So there are a few spots I'd like to show you. A mansion that was formerly privately owned, as well as a church, mosque, or synagogue in the same vein. There's the beach, or as always, or perhaps a different outdoor spot. Cole's eyes darted over to Baxter, back towards you as he spoke up tentatively. So we're allowed to mention our own ideas for places? Baxter nodded amiably.
Certainly.
Certainly. What do you have in mind?
Well,
Well, he was glancing at his shoes as he spoke again. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at you. There's also the Poppy Hill? You grinned sheepishly as you rubbed the back of your neck. With its starring role in your shared story, it actually made sense. Cove, still flustered, returned to your awkward grin, and he was clearly pleased to see that you'd been happy with his suggestion, and he turned back to Baxter. That's where we first met.
That's sweet.
Oh, that's sweet. He tilted his head sideways and closed his eyes. I remember seeing it when I was there. Cove's gaze was fixed on Baxter with rapt attention, awaiting his verdict. It is rather small and round. Cove deflated, his shoulders sagging. Baxter opened his eyes again and continued. If you don't mind your guests having to stand, there's just not much room for chairs. We could set up a simple ceremony there. Cove chuckled as he straightened up in a seat. It could be worse. The confidence had been restored to him, and having Baxter take his suggestion seriously and even offer a way to accommodate it, had put Cove at ease. Then he checked over to you. We don't have to do it there, though. If it's puppies you want, there is another option.
Does that sound alright?
I know of a bigger, flatter field of those flowers set up in the Sunset Bird area. It would be spacious enough to have a full setup there. Cove tilted his head as he peered towards the phone, genuinely intrigued by the news of another source of his favorite flower.
oh?
Oh, that's cool. Froggy, Yahoo! Welcome to the stream. How you doing, cutie? Welcome back. It did sound like it'd be quite a stunning location. You began to consider the possibility. Glad to hear. Then Cove jolted in his seat, head snapping up as another idea came to him. Wait, are people allowed to have weddings or whatever in Redwood Forest? Even though it's kind of further away, that's like an amazing place to be in. He settled down into a warm nostalgia. We actually made some good memories there. Baxter nodded surely. It is an option for certain spots. We could get it set up if you want. Cove grinned, delighted. Baxter spread his hands out wide, holding the pen and his phone with his fingers so they could see the palms of each hand.
Well,
Those are the ideas, it sounds like. Tell me, what's standing out the most for you? I'm stuck between the poppy field and the hill. Because the hill is more on the nose, right? But it would be more comfortable for the guests, too. You have to consider the guests. Out of town would be more convenient for everyone. I wanted the beach initially. But, yo, the poppies. Ah, fuck. Oh, no. I can't decide. I might have to just flip a coin. Fuck. Give me a second. Alright, give me a coin flipper. And hill? Alright. Hill does sound more on point. Just had some spring... Oh, spring rolls are goody. I'm still gonna flip a coin, though. Heads for hill. No. Tails for hill, because the curve of that ass. And heads, because I have no booba. It's the flat plains. Alright. Flip. Hills it is. Ass fat. Head empty.
oh,
Oh. He lifted his head up from his phone to face you, a note of amusement in his voice. I don't have a photo for that. I do. Wonderful. Baxter leaned in the back of his seat, crossing his legs as he left Cove to manage the presentation of this one. You saw the trembling of Cove's fingers as he tapped through his gallery looking for the photo of the hill, and in spite of Baxter's earlier show of support, he was still a little nervous about the idea. Even though you weren't looking at the screen, you knew the instant that he found the photo he'd been searching for, just like the picture on his phone made him draw a deep breath through his nostrils. Cove held out his phone for everyone to see, and there it was. Your childhood self had been wrong. People could have hills. That was yours, and it was his.
That's...
He started before drifting off. He tried again, pulling his thoughts and feelings into words the best he could explain it. It's our hill. It's not impressive, or even flat enough to put out chairs for guests, but we can get married there if you want to. Where we met, where we spend our life growing up together. Cove's voice was sweet as he spoke, but his eyes were earnest and open, and you knew what he really was asking for was your honest opinion whether you'd want to get married there or not. I think this is the one, Cove. Do you? Cove's eyebrows rose in response to your statement. The Poppy Hill. His wavy eyes relaxed, sloping gently as he smiled softly. I'd love that. It'd be perfect for the two of us. Your body tried to gasp in excitement at the same time, resulting in gasp and laugh in excitement at the same time, resulting in a short, breathy snort followed by an exhilarated giggle. We're gonna have a Poppy Hill ceremony.
Exciting.
That's exciting. He smiled indulgently, like a teacher allowing the class a moment of levity before bringing them back to their studies. Before you get fully carried away, there is still the reception location to consider. Baxter glanced down at his phone, noting almost imperceptibly as he clicked away to get the information he needed. There's a few big holes you could consider. One which is frequently used for dances, and another for more formal events. There's also a large room with a historic mansion that could host a reception, the same one that I mentioned before. His voice when he said exciting? Yeah. A rather new option is the aquarium in the city over, which now has the bandwidth to host private events. Ooh, yes!
Seriously?
Really? Really. It'd be the main display room with the floor-to-ceiling tanks. Pog. His mouth continued to hang open, face frozen. It was certainly a rare opportunity, and you couldn't think of anyone who would be as excited at the option as Cove. As such, the news temporarily stunned him. All at once, he blinked rapidly, closing his mouth in a hurry. Your attention returned to Baxter. The aquarium was certainly an option to keep in mind, but there were other appealing choices to
Of
consider.
course.
Or if you wanted to do something outdoors, there's always the beach, of course. And even though you didn't want to use the Redwood Forest for your ceremony, it could work for a reception, so you're welcome to keep it as a mind. We'd have to drive so far. Like before, if there's anything you want to bring it up yourself, that's perfectly fine. In fact, I recommend it. He pursed his lips as he dug around in his mind, pondering the possibilities, and as a thought struck him, he shifted to face you. What about the country club your moms are a part of? He snapped his fingers over and over, trying to dredge the name back up on his
Right.
tongue. They had their anniversary dinner there. You know the one. He closed his eyes, brow furrowed deeply as he tried to recall it. You were torn on whether or not to bail him out before you came to the decision Baxter caught on, filled in the blanks. Ah, yes. The Cypress, I believe. You nodded. Baxter returned the gesture as Cove opened his eyes again, looking both relieved and like victory had been swiped from under him.
It's doable.
They would absolutely be able to host a reception, especially since your family are already members. Cove beamed. It's cool if we go on one of those other things. I just thought it was an idea. I agree. It was a smart suggestion. I have no doubt that they do an excellent job if you chose them. But it's really what it feels comfortable for you. When you get locked out of a domain and then everyone else dies, so you just stand there at the watching the abyss page. Oh no. Do people still rush domains before all the members of the party are there? Weird champ. Baxter leaned in, perching his chin on the knuckles of his left hand, and still holding his pen and phone, ready to leap into motion.
What do you think?
What's holding the most interest for you right now? We can talk it over. The aquarium, no question. Baxter held up a finger to indicate that it would be a moment. Second time, Jesus. That was nearly all it took, as he was able to locate pictures of the aquarium's large display room with ease. He showed the screen to you and Cove. As he gazed at his beloved watery world, Cove bobbed his shoulders from side to side. With his attention locked on screen, you wondered if he was even aware he was doing it. It's like they made it available for weddings just for Cove. Finally, Cove pulled his gaze from the phone and glanced over his shoulder at you, and you could tell that he was trying to figure out what you were thinking. They locked me and Diona out. At least Diona can do something. I'm just Bennett. This is gonna work. Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully. The aquarium for our reception. His voice lilted at the end as if he was asking a question, but he didn't seem to expect an answer. Rather, it was though he was contemplating the feel of his words on his tongue, checking that they felt right as a final test. Cove broke into a grin. I think you're right. You would match with us for sure. You've been holding your breath as Cove mulled over the venue for one last time. You let out a sigh of relief. You'd already begun picturing the day with your reception here, and now that Cove confirmed that he felt the same, the tension drained out of you as swiftly as it come. Your energy was mounting, and with the venues picked, your idle daydreams of the big day moved from hazy imaginings to sharpened clarity. The excitement radiated off of you and onto Cove. He pulled himself closer to you on the sofa, your legs brushing against each other. Sensing that his audience was becoming distracted, though, Baxter quickly spoke up. A ceremony at the Poppy Hill, and the reception at the aquarium after, Looking thoughtful, Baxter tapped his pen against the side of his desk, and your eyes were drawn to the source of the noise. He tilted his hand as to tap it once more, the pen idly rolling between his finger and thumb, and he smiled.
Perfect.
Sounds like a wedding. I'll make it happen. Cove spun to face you, his eyes alight with glee. You've got your wedding locations. You felt every thump of your heart beating in your chest, and though it was also simple, yet so monumental, that you were struggling to accept it all at once. You knew where your wedding was going to be. Kissed Cove's cheek. Your lips lingered on the skin for only a moment, yet Cove was still flushed when you pulled away. The sudden display of affection had caught him off guard. Thank you, Baxter. His expertise had helped you and Cove enormously. Cove chuckled at your words. Gazing into his eyes, you knew that all he could think about was the day that Gazing into his eyes, you knew that all he could think about was the day that you had taken. Was the day that you'd just taken another step towards planning. Jesus. Reviewing the venue options had taken up the bulk of your allotted time with Baxter. You would now need to reach out to the location managers, make the arrangements so you can come to the mutual agreement that you'd ended here, and let him take care of matters right away. Good advice followed, then you and Cove giddily left the office, spilled out onto the street altogether. It was a great way to end that day's work. You and Cove arrived at Baxter's office in the dot of the allotted time, emotions high from the preparations of the previous day. After settling down at the process going on, Cove's nerd had shot back up after their initial appointment levels. Greetings were exchanged, you and Baxter didn't leave space open for Cove to get lost in, and your plan went right on the point. Alright. I am very much enjoying this. This is very cute. I'm having fun, but also it's Sunday. I don't want to go for too long, and I've already streamed 4 hours, so I think I'm gonna save and call it here. We're just gonna save. Nothing too crazy. Tomorrow is Valentines, and zero specific plans, but I'll definitely be playing Genshin and Lost Ark probably once I run out of content for Genshin, and I'm just gonna be here to hang out for anybody else that is alone on Valentine's like me. I'll be your Valentine's. It's all good. But yeah, that'll be a Sunday stream, I think. Nothing too crazy. Just a good old comfy vibey time. But yeah, oh gosh. Everybody, you take care. Y'all have a great rest of your Sundays. And well, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye. You too, Yaga. Y'all the best. Y'all are amazing. I love you. And I'll miss you. Oh, wait, shit. I realized tomorrow's Valentine's Day. It's a Monday. It's gonna be... oh, shit. I have to plan out a wholesome Monday Valentine's thing. It must be done. That makes sense. Shit. I gotta figure something out now.